Everyone, I'd like to call this meeting to order at 10:05 and ask Commissioner Jan Miller to lead us in the pledges. Thank you. I would like to remind everybody, if the public member would like to speak, please fill out a form at the back of the room, and please put your name, organization, the item number you would like to speak for, and if it's not a specific item number, just leave that blank. I would also entertain a motion for an excused absence of Commissioner Rachel Stevens.
So moved.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. I'd like to welcome the new commissioners, and I would like to hand it over to Executive Director Doug Omixon, and he's going to welcome some new commissioners and say a farewell to some commissioners that have served this organization and this agency for a long, long time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and first of all, thank you for leading your very first meeting as the brand new chair of the Texas Real Estate Commission. We have published news releases regarding all of our new members, but let me to remind all of those who are listening in, we have this meeting web streamed so that we encourage participation and transparency for everything that we do. And so let me welcome our new chair, Mr. Scott Kestner, who is the broker owner of Century 21 The Edge, with offices in El Paso, Midland, and Snyder. He has more than 25 years of real estate experience, and probably one of the highlights is he served as the chair of the Texas Association of Realtors in 2015. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. He's also previously served, he's no stranger to the commission, he's actually served on the Education Standards Advisory Committee, and he's been an approved instructor with us since 2001. So we have a long history with our new chair. We also welcome Barbara Russell of Denton, who is the broker owner of Barbara Russell Realtors, where she engages primarily in property management. Commissioner Russell, thank you. And last but certainly not least, Deputy Sheriff Jason Hartgraves of Frisco is the Chief Deputy for the Dallas County Sheriff's Department. And he is a former member of the Automobile Burglary and Theft Prevention Authority, and most notably, a graduate of the FBI National Academy and the FBI National Executive Institute. Welcome to you, Chief. So we welcome all of our newly appointed chair and commission members, and we look forward to their unique perspectives and their contributions that they will bring to accomplish this agency's mission. Bringing new people on is a transition, and that transition in this case enables us to say a word of thanks and appreciation to commissioners who have served us well. First of all, former Commissioner Chart Westcott, who is not with us today. He served with distinction for the past 6 years, bringing a very valuable perspective to the agency, especially with regard to the budget. As an attorney and an investment manager, he was always keenly aware and kept us abreast of market developments. And so we wish Chart Westcott, what does it say? Fair winds and following seas. I actually think he's in the Caribbean right now. So thank you, CHART, for your 6 years of service. Stepping up the game, we have former Commissioner Adrian Arriaga is actually with us here today. He recently completed 12 years of service. And I believe that puts him in a very unique, there's only three people in that entire class that I'm aware of. 12 years of service to the agency. He's a commercial broker with an international practice, and his perspective has always added breadth to the agency's outlook. He served as vice chair and as secretary, so part of the executive committee for several terms, and he's also been on the enforcement and budget committees. In addition, he served as a liaison to the inspector committee. So, Commissioner Arriaga, if we certainly appreciate all of your contributions, and if you could come up, we have a few gifts for you. All of our commissioners receive their official framed photograph, a certificate of appreciation, and a flag that was flown over the Capitol in commemoration of their service. I want a picture of the chair. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. And this one will take a little while, okay? The next one, of course, is our retiring former chair of the Texas Real Estate Commission, Avis Wukash. And so I have a few things I need to say about Commissioner Avis Wukash. Was named the chair of the Texas Real Estate Commission by Governor Rick Perry in 2011 after serving 3 years already on the commission, too, as its vice chair. It has been a distinct honor to serve as executive director under her leadership, which is marked with wisdom, humility, and foresight. Today, it seems right to mention just a few of the agency's accomplishments while Avis led as chair. In 2011, we relocated from an older rented facility to our new offices here in the Capitol complex. That same year, Chair Wukash helped to achieve and oversaw the agency's transition to self-directed and semi-independent status, working closely with the commission staff to guide the implementation of new rules and policies that both streamlined the agency's procedures and improved its effectiveness. She helped to direct the agency's quadrennial rule review process 3 times during her tenure here at the agency. This means that she helped to review every single TREC rule. This process is time-consuming and tedious. This effort clarified existing rules, and new rules were implemented to especially improve real estate education requirements and to strengthen a broker's responsibility to their agents and to their clients. During her tenure, she has overseen 4 strategic planning processes and 8 budget cycles. She traveled to countless locations to engage with license holders and educate real estate professionals. She is genuinely caring and inquisitive, consistently speaking with stakeholders to learn more about regional markets and business trends to continue the Commission's goal of balancing the protection of real estate consumers with the needs of the state's thriving real estate industry. During her time as chair, TREC has seen a 30% increase in the number of license holders from about 150,000 to over 190,000. In the same time period, our agency staff team increased by 22%, many in just the last 2 years. Average compensation has risen steadily and is up 30% over the period, enhancing our recruitment and increasing competitiveness and decreasing turnover. A family-friendly and team-oriented culture has been developed and strengthened with significant scheduling and work location flexibility, more staff training and development, and regularly scheduled cultural events and celebrations. The increase in license holder numbers has driven and enabled significant improvements in technology, not without some growing pains. Avis has consistently encouraged investment in education and innovation in communications. In 2012, we began live streaming our quarterly meetings, indexing the video and agenda as minutes. In 2013, the agency developed and offered the first broker responsibility course as continuing education for brokers and supervisors, which won the Arello Education Award. In 2017, we transformed our newsletters, and in 2018, TREC launched a new website with interactive features and won the Arello Communications Award. From 2017 through 2019, under Avis's leadership and in response to critical customer feedback, we hired additional team members and reorganized the education and licensing functions. This injected new energy into TREC and allowed us to remedy concerns about our ability to balance our duties to protect the public while also providing exceptional service to our license holders. We have already seen dramatic improvements for which we are grateful to the commissioners and to Avis for her clear guidance during this period of intense scrutiny. Chair Avis Wukash has been an important presence in the Texas real estate profession for many years, and we know that her positive influence will continue to be felt for many years to come. She always focused on ensuring our mission is accomplished professionally. We will miss her generosity and thoughtfulness, her depth of knowledge and expertise, and her quick wit. Avis, we are grateful for all that you have given to the Commission and to the people of Texas. We wish you all the very best in whatever activities you choose to focus on next. Thank you, Madam Chair. God bless your journey.
He gave me the mic. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for all that you have done and will continue to do for the people of Texas. And you know that all those things he said, which I was going, oh my Lord, did we do all that? And I know Adrian was doing the same, would not have been done without the most amazing staff in the world. Hands off to you. I want you to applaud the staff. Because all we do is show up every once in a while and read a whole lot. And I will just tell you, for several years people have said, do you have a screw loose because you're doing this for so long? And today when I got here, I found a screw on the floor. And I must have, but now I've got it back. Thank you.
And there's a photo in the thing, too. Oh, okay, got it.
Okay, I would like to invite the commissioners who'd like to say anything brief about Avis or Adrian. I'll open the mic and I will say brief. First of all, I want to thank them for leading the way for us and teaching us a lot of responsibility and a lot of guidance over the way. So I want to say thanks to Adrian and then Avis, not only in this role, but also in previous roles I've served, and reaching out to me to let me be part of broker responsibility or ESAC or whatever, and give me the opportunity to participate. So I thank you for that. You're just, wonderful. Thanks.
I would like to say thank you for the example that you have given me, your friendship you've given me over so very many years, and as someone who will always take the high road, and I rarely say this about anybody, but who will always do the right thing when no one's looking. Thank you.
Wow, all I can say is I second those comments, and Avis, I've got your phone number, and I will be using it. We love you, babe.
Got briefly, Mr. Chair, Adrian, Avis, I just want to say I've talked to you both privately, but thank you so much. I learned so much from working with you both, and your commitment to this agency and to the state is to be commended. I hope that our paths continue to cross. I consider you both to be very good friends of mine, and I've just enjoyed my time with you tremendously. Thank you both.
I too, the example that you set for us, I plan to follow, and knowing that there's a phone number that you will answer is great comfort. Thank you. Davis, thank you for being a teacher, and that won't stop, I'm sure. You will continue to teach, and I think we all learn from you. I have to tell you that when I first met Avis, it was a TAR, and she's bigger than life as far as a person that you respect and admire, and you always will be. Thank you for everything you've done and will do.
Mr. Chair, if you would beg me a few more minutes of indulgence, this is also the last meeting for our long-serving General Counsel, Carrie Lewis. And so I have a few words I'd like to offer of appreciation. So Carrie Lewis was hired as the TREC Director of Standards and Enforcement Services in November of 2009, so almost 10 years ago. In that role, she completely reworked and professionalized the handling of complaints, including the implementation of a paperless case management process for the 30-member team. Productivity and morale began to rise, and a backlog of older cases was steadily reduced to a state where even the most difficult cases were typically resolved in 2 years or less. The results of her innovations and improvements are still evident today. In 2012, Carrie was promoted to the General Counsel of the Appraiser Board and Deputy General Counsel of TREC. And in 2013, when TREC General Counsel retired, she was quickly promoted to fill that job. In those roles, she also served respectively as the Deputy Commissioner and Deputy Executive Director until July of 2018. In 2014 and in 2018, Carrie led the team to complete our quadrennial rule review. The 2014 rule review was more intense and expansive than any before or since, as we painstakingly restructured and updated all of our education rules to strengthen and clarify them for both our license holders and our staff. Carrie also served as staff liaison to our Education Standards Advisory Committee, which undertook the task of a comprehensive curriculum review and modernization of all qualifying education courses. The work of this committee has resulted in greatly improved quality for both content and delivery methods. Carrie was a valued leader at the Association of Real Estate License Law Officials, ARELO, serving as chair of the Law and Regulation Committee and of the Commissioner Resource Committee, and was an instructor at its Commissioner College. Carrie has served as staff liaison to both the Broker Lawyer Committee and the Inspector Committee. During her tenure, the Broker Lawyer Committee made key improvements to contracts, forms, and addenda that protect consumers and make it easier for our license holders to provide excellent services to their clients. The Inspector Committee has updated their standards of practice, changed their education rules, and simplified the inspection report form, all of which she handled with competence and grace. While serving the agency exceptionally well as its general counsel, she has also traveled all over our great state, speaking to local trade associations and educating license holders on a wide array of topics. She has trained hundreds of education instructors and facilitated and advised the teams of subject matter experts who review and write our TREC legal update and broker responsibility courses every 2 years. She is always willing to go the extra mile and think outside the box to get the job done. Carrie's door was always open, and she was a valued mentor to many at the agency. She has been an energetic force propelling our team towards excellence. Carrie Lewis has served the people of Texas for almost 15 years, and although she is retiring as our general counsel, we know that her contributions to our agency's mission will continue. Carrie, thank you for all you have done. You will truly be missed. Godspeed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I make some brief remarks, please? I promise to be brief again. I feel a close connection to Ms. Lewis because of our shared profession. And Carrie, I just want to tell you, compliment you. I think you've exhibited everything that I think lawyers should hope to exhibit. You have a tireless work ethic. You're humble in your service. You have a command of the law and the issues that's directly at hand. And you've been a steady hand, which is also important in some times that weren't always easy. So just one lawyer to another, I admire you and I appreciate you. Thank you.
I second that motion.
Thank you, Doug, and for Adrian and Avis and Carrie. Again, thank you for everything you've done for the almost 200,000 licensees and the public members of Texas. We certainly appreciate you. Prior to moving to the next agenda item, I was really hoping to get through this without messing up, but I did not. I'm going to go back and I'm going to ask for a motion for an excused absence for Mike Williams. I would entertain a motion for that also.
Move that we excuse Mike Williams'
I second.
absence.
I have a motion, a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. I would now open up the discussion for an election of a secretary. We have a vacancy, and I will gladly welcome any nominations for secretary position.
I would like to nominate Commissioner Turner.
Second.
I have a nomination for Commissioner Turner. Any other nominations? Hearing none. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Welcome. Thank you for taking the responsibility of secretary.
Do it. Humble. Thank you.
Agenda item number 5 is appointment to the Texas Real Estate Inspector Committee. This does not need an action motion. Mike Morgan was appointed during the February's meeting, and on behalf of the commissioners, I would like to congratulate Mike Morgan for his appointment to the Real Estate Inspector Committee. So if y'all see Mike, tell him congratulations and thank him for his service. Agenda item B, the Executive Committee met on April 9th and discussed several candidates who were runner-ups for the appointment by former Chair Wu Cash to the Education Standards Curriculum Committee, known as ESAC. They recommend Charles Porter to fill the vacancy that is there now because I stepped down, and I would certainly entertain a motion to accept the recommendation of the Executive Committee for Charles Porter to serve on ESAC.
Move that we accept the recommendation of the Executive Committee to accept Charles Porter to the ESAC Committee.
Second.
Have a motion, a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. If y'all see Charles Porter, please thank him for his service to our organization serving on the ESAC. Broker lawyer, Executive Committee also discussed expiration terms of 2 brokers on the Broker Lawyer Committee. Both brokers desire to continue to serve. These 2 brokers have been contributing members to the Broker Lawyer Committee, and the Executive Committee did recommend we reappoint Ron Walker and Lee York to that committee. I will add their terms do not expire until the end of August. However, we must initiate the selection process, and as chairman, I would entertain the recommendation from Executive Committee to reappoint Ron Walker and Lee York to the Broker Lawyer Committee.
So moved.
A second.
Have a motion, a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Y'all tell Ron and Lee York thank you for their continued service. We will now go into staff and committee reports, and Doug O. Mixon, Executive Director, will go first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome again. We greatly appreciate the commitment of all of our commissioners to ensuring that this agency continues to excel in its mission to the people of Texas. We welcome the participation of our stakeholders as you, our policymakers, chart the future efforts of this agency. Under legislative guidance and direction from the executive branch, this agency is committed to fully achieving the missions assigned to us and carrying out the policies as determined by the commissioners and board members appointed to lead us. We're grateful for your service and for the exceptional efforts of the staff team who are also dedicated to our success. The agency is currently focused on the final steps in the sunset review process. We'll hear a legislative report today, other things that are happening at the legislature. But specifically with respect to the sunset, we greatly appreciate the anticipated improvements that this process, sunset process, will bring to the services we provide to the people of Texas and the license holders that we also serve. Providing better services, removing barriers to practice, reducing fees. All three are key. This bill, when enacted, will eliminate the branch office license, something that came out of our broker responsibility working group as a recommendation. It will transition instructor qualifications, the determination of those qualifications to providers under standards set by this body. And it will also retool the criminal history and moral character determination processes that we look forward to implementing to balance those going forward. Today at our meeting, we have a lot of business to cover, but we're very privileged to receive the first routine briefing that we will receive, an annual real estate economy forecast. And that will be the director of the Real Estate Center at Texas A&M, Gary Mailer, will be with us today, as well as the chief economist, Dr. Jim Gaines, who will actually give that presentation. I wanted to welcome also and ask for your acknowledgement of our new staff and a couple of new promotions. So first of all, welcome to Chelsea Buckholz, our new general counsel, who came to us from the General Land Office and prior significant experience at the Juvenile Justice Department for many years. So we look forward to your contributions. And then previously, the licensing, education and licensing services division was headed by Gwen Jackson. Gwen is now working in education. She stepped down from that role and is working in education, still for us, but under the leadership of a newly created director, Jennifer Wheeler, who heads up the Education and Examination Services Division. The other half of that division is the Licensing and Registration Services Division, and that's headed by Denise Sample. Each of those directors was previously the manager of departments, and we've elevated both of those departments to divisions, and so promoted them to directors. So please help me welcome and congratulate them. Did you already stand? No. Well, there we go. There they are. So the folks back there can see. Oh, they are. They made it. Perfect. All right. Looking ahead, there's just a few brief comments that I would like to add. One is our contact center average hold time continues to be reduced, and we are improving our email response times as well. And our Deputy Director, Tony Slagle, will talk more about those. The upload of retrievable documents to digital repository via our online application process continues to be programmed with our 2 outside vendors coordinating that, and we look forward to that implementation coming. These are the kind of in series, the next series of things that we can look forward to improvements. Our single sign-on will create tools to allow online access to reset accounts with no human intervention. That's about 15 to 20% of our calls in the contact center right now. And then this year also the full implementation of the FBI wrap-back capabilities to save all of our license holders $28.50 every single time they renew their license. We look forward to eliminating that cost forever. Today during the meeting there'll be a budget, the presentation of the first draft of the budget, and we'll talk about the memorandum of understanding between the agency and our independent subdivision, the Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board. As a part of the budget, you'll also hear we're always looking for sustainable fee reductions, and you'll notice that the last 5 services that we have implemented have been free. No fee charged, or it replaced something where that fee went away. And so that's one additional way of managing our revenue expectations so that we're not taking in more revenue than we need. And so we're also looking for some other sustainable ways to return some of those funds, and we'll talk about that when we get to the budget. Enhanced participation in Arello is something that has been raised for commissioners, especially the attendance at the annual meeting and commissioner colleges. So we look forward to your guidance on that as that policy is developed under your direction. So we have a lot to be accomplished today. I will happily answer any questions that you have for me. Otherwise, I will turn it over to each of the directors who will simply highlight add highlights for any of the reports that they have in your materials that you've already had the opportunity to review, and answer any questions that you have as well. So any questions for me, Mr. Chair?
Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tony Slagle, Deputy Executive Director.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tony Slagle, Deputy Executive Director. I just wanted to touch, briefly on some of the customer service highlights. I sent out an email to all of you, I believe it was Wednesday, I think, on the 1st, highlighting, or my monthly report giving details about the customer service improvements we've done. And I just wanted, for the record, to address some of those. And mainly I'm up here to answer any questions you might have about that. But before we get to that, as I reported on Wednesday, our agency handled or had about little over 20,000 calls come into the contact center. We handled a little over 18,000 of those. Our hold time for the month was 5.5 minutes, which is getting closer to the target of 5. Our abandonment rate was just under 9%, which is a decrease as well. Again, I want to highlight a couple of things. The number of calls being handled through the courtesy callback feature and those being routed to other persons are also down, and you want those numbers to be down. You want the contact center to handle calls when someone calls the first time. That's the goal. So get that number up as high as you can, get those other numbers down. So we're trending in the right direction for both of those particular measures. As as the executive director mentioned, we've rolled out some things over the last several months that have improved the contact center as well. So looking at that holistic approach of doing things, we have increased staff. We currently have 17 people answering the phones on a regular basis. We have 21 people in that division. We have 5 vacancies that we're looking to fill, so we're going to be adding even more people to that division, which helps. But looking at the holistic approach, we've been doing things to try to reduce the reason why people would want to call the agency. So we've rolled out the license history, which has helped. That was in November of last year. The app tracker in February, and then in this, or March, and then this month we rolled out the CE display. So we're displaying CE. Now both of those, the app tracker and display, are just for right now for, well, the app tracker is for initial sales, and the CE display is for initial sales, and I believe brokers as well. We will be expanding those to larger, to deal with larger or different license types inspectors, but those are our largest number, so we wanted to address those first. And those have helped. So more people, a different approach to managing the contact center, and giving people less of a reason to call have really helped things move in the right direction. So I just wanted to stress those, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I have really 2 questions, one statement kind of and a question, and then another question. Our target of 5 minutes,
Yes, sir.
just so you know, first of all, congratulations for getting close to that.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad we're trending in the right direction. Of course, when we hit that target of 5, the new target will be 3. And the eventual target will be when, we are a customer service agency. We deal with not just all of our 190,000 stakeholders and license holders, but we deal with the general public. And so there's a number of things at work here, and I'm going to be redundant in previous comments, but the eventual target is when someone calls, we pick up the phone. Whether we actually hit that or not, I want to get real close. So congratulations on getting at least trending in the right direction. We ain't there yet. And one other question, the trackers, the online, I think has done a lot to help facilitate that we can now go online and get a lot of the information we couldn't get online before. What about a complaint tracker? A lot of questions I get out in the field are, I filed a complaint, 6 years ago or whatever, and it seems to go in the black hole, and I don't know who to talk to, I don't know what to do.
We are actually working, IT and the enforcement division are working on a complaint portal that would allow people who have a complaint filed against them to log into that and be able to access some information about where they are in the process. That's currently being. Do
you have a kind of a projected sort of kind of date for that?
I don't.
Is that this year, next year?
No, I don't.
After my term expires?
I can find out and send an update on that. It's just one of the list of things that we're doing in terms of providing a more robust online interactive process for our license holders, and that is on the list of things to do. I think it's in the fairly early stages in terms of getting the requirements set so that we can start programming towards that. But there's some differences in that you don't want that to be open to everybody. It needs to be to the person who's signing in to look at it. So there are some complexities. Yes, sir.
That was also different than what he asked. Is it going to have the capability for the party who made the complaint to check the status of the complaint, not the subject of the solely the subject of the complaint?
I don't know if that's been part of the process. I don't see why it couldn't be part of the discussion to look into that. Absolutely.
I have a question. We have 17 people at the call center now.
Yes, sir.
And that's up from how many?
I want to say 12. It was around 12, and we're looking to add an additional. And we did, just for the record, we did lose one person this month, but we are looking to add 5 more people. to get that out. And again, just to not to sound like a broken record myself, but just the idea that we're trying to look at a holistic approach to this and make sure it's sustainable. So we've got a couple of months of data, a month and a half of data where things are trending in the right direction, and we want to continue that. I think it's interesting, last Monday and Tuesday, the end of the month, we had a record number of calls into the contact center. And we were able to handle them, but we also need to look at some things in terms of when those happen. And they're rare now that we get called. We had 1,500 calls on Tuesday, which is 600 more calls than we normally get. When those happen, how do we handle those outliers when they happen and do it in a way that doesn't impact much of the service that we're providing? So we are looking at that. But again, I want to stress that we want to be sustainable in this, because if we get to a point and then we change course to try to get things even better and we haven't figured out how to keep this going, we could end up,
Sure. Well, you took the words right out of my mouth. Commissioner Leonard did too. This is great, but we've done it for 6 weeks.
Right.
So we need to make sure that we're able to
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
to do this repeatedly.
Yes, sir.
And keep that trend not only moving down but steady. And then, you guys have all the resources you need? Is there anything you need from us?
As of right now, I believe we're good. The other thing, just briefly to speak on, we're since the contact center, again, I know we're not where we are, but there's been a little bit of relief where it can take, at least from my point of view, kind of the 30,000-foot point of view, take a little bit of my foot off the accelerator. We're now focusing on the licensing aspect of things to try to get that to where we're actually processing applications and getting that underway. Another reason why people call, we reduce that, then there's less of a pressure on the contact center for people to have to call to find out what's going on.
Thank you for your continued work on this, Tony. We appreciate it.
Is there a message while they're on hold, is there a message directing them to these other options?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The one person who left, did they leave because of lack of job performance, or they asked to, or did they leave because they found another?
No, they stopped showing up. So.
Mr. Slater, just one
Yes, sir.
other quick thing. You mentioned that last Tuesday we had 1,500 calls.
Yes, sir.
That might have been the first of the month.
It was.
Is that a
I think it was the last
trackable?
day of the
Is that
month.
something that's trackable? Does that happen every first of the month?
Not to that extent. That was
And
unusual.
is that even a dot we can connect?
We do get increased volume at the end of the month. That was a little unusually high for that day. But we usually are able to, and this was no different. We're able to, get all hands on deck, deal with those things. We've got some processes in place now to where we're looking at ways to sustainably deal with those peaks when they happen. They are outliers. But again, that doesn't mean we shouldn't be looking at how we can deal with them in the most efficient way possible.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Tony, just real quick.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the good information. And with the online tools you now have, we can track how many people are going to that and link it directly to how many phone calls we're removing from people calling in that are actually going to those tools. I did the tracking the hours for my broker's license last month, and it was absolutely incredible. Just everything was right there. So it was really a time saver. So the 1,500, how many of those are we tracking could have been handled through the online tool?
That I don't know. We have sort of surrogates that give us some ideas, but it's one of the things we're looking at is how can we more accurately determine the percentage of people that we're getting to address things through, and we may never know the exact apples to apples, but and I think one of the things that complicates this is that we have not been doing things in a vacuum. So we added people to the contact center, we rolled out online tools, so there was sort of a all hands on deck approach to get these numbers down. So there's not really a way right now to isolate those that makes any real sense. So we are looking at ways to do that. We can track web data, see how many people are actually going to certain pages on a given day. That'll give us a better idea about that.
And I know later this afternoon, the new commissioners are meeting with each department. Of the 1,500 calls, I think we can take that information and kind of decide which online tool we need next. I'm not sure if that's all laid out, but I think that's a great data point to figure out where we need to go next.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
And commissioners, I'd just like to make a reminder, especially for the new commissioners, when you're speaking, make sure your mic is on so the people in the back of the room can hear you, and it's picked up on our live stream.
Okay, Robert Hood, Reception Communication Service Director. Hope he didn't steal all your thunder.
Still got a little bit left, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I am Robert Hood, Director of the Reception and Communication Services Division. I will be reporting on the highlights of our division over the past few months. In the month of March, the division was presented with over 19,000 calls and handled over 17,000 of those calls. These calls were handled with a less than 10% abandonment rate and a 6-minute and 11-second average hold time. The hold times and the abandoned call rate from February to March was almost reduced in half. 7 employees completed our 4-week training program and made an immediate impact to the call volumes. The division now has 17 employees taking calls and still in the process of increasing the number of representatives on the phone to reach even lower hold times and lower abandonment call rates. The next chart is a graphical representation to compare the number of calls presented, handled, and abandoned. Please note the number of calls presented and handled are similar to the previous month, but the abandonment rate is almost cut in half. The next chart is another graphical representation to show how our hold times are decreasing month to month. February hold time was in excess of 13 minutes, March hold times were around 7 minutes, and the trend continues downwards. In April, there was an average hold time of 5 minutes and 26 seconds, and the division handled over 20,000 calls. Now we can go to page 2 of the C1 report. Page 2 of the C1 report shows the number of walk-in and email customers the division assisted. In March, 145 customers visited our office. Almost all were for the commission, besides 2 were for the board-related inquiries. The next chart shows the number of email customers the division assisted. In March, 3,900 customers inquiries were handled via email, which 40% were handled within our 2 business day goal. Our percentage handled within 2 business days was our focus for April, and happy to say that 80% of the email customers received a response within 2 business days. It is the division's continued focus to strive for 100% of email customers to have a response within 2 business days. The last chart on this page shows how we are now able to determine the exact amount of calls that we handle for the commission and calls that the division handles for the board. In March, 8.34% of our overall number of calls were for the board-related inquiries, and the remaining 91% were commission-related inquiries. The trend continues in April when 8% of the calls were for the board and 91% were for the commission. Are there any questions regarding our C1 report?
Any questions? Just a follow-up. You gave 80% of the emails were returned within 2 days?
They were responded within.
That was in March?
In April.
In April. March was 40%? Okay. And I understand it's in the process, or maybe it's already functioning, where there's going to be an option if they want to talk to the appraisal board, they can go directly to someone in that department, not necessarily go in the queue.
That is currently in place now. We implemented that in mid-February, and so we have the March numbers and April numbers that we're reporting now.
Okay.
That's where the 8%, we can tell now that the 8% were for the board and about 92% are for the commission.
And I guess our hold time and abandoned call rate, is that just strictly on the commission side, the real estate side, or is that also included on the board side? Are those numbers kept separately, or?
It's combined, but then the last chart on that C1 report shows the separation for the board and the commission.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions?
Real quick.
Turner, and then.
Great job on the hold times. Like I said to Tony, let's keep it up. Just an observation, the email responses didn't do a great job in March, so let's make sure that we're responding to those emails in 2 days too. I know you guys are keeping a lot of balls in the air, but we got to get all of it fixed, right?
Right.
Thank you.
Yes, the email volume in March was only 40% respond within the 2 business days, but April, it was our focus to get those responding as soon as possible, so moved up to the 80%.
I got it, and you're doing a great job. I mean, I'm really glad you're here. You've done some remarkable stuff in the short time that you've been here, and I know you're going to be able to keep it up. So.
Thank you.
I agree, you've done a great job since you've been here.
Thank you.
We wish you'd been here sooner. But is there a goal that you would rather have emails, or do you want more calls?
Well, they're all customers, so we try to handle it. We want a great response rate on both. It really depends on the complexity of the question. Sometimes if the email is requesting a lot of information, it'd probably be easier for them to call us so we can give them the information verbally. If it's just some basic information, we'll prefer that in an email, but more detailed questions over the phone.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have one more question. I'm sorry. When we say that we responded to emails in 2 days, are there occasions where we respond to emails with a callback?
Yes.
Okay, and is that included in our responding within 2 days count, or is?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Any response back to the customer is included in that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to add, great job. I mean, the numbers are certainly trending in the right way. If this commission can do anything, we need to know. If there's more tools, whatever, we need to know. Because, like Commissioner Turner said, everybody's a customer, and you said that. And so we want to make sure you know we're here for everybody. You know, what you need, we need to help furnish. And so we thank you for your time and the good numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll move on to the C2 report. These are our results from our customer surveys. In March, 36 customers took the time to complete our online customer survey. 15 of these customers left contact information, and all 15 were contacted and their inquiry was resolved. The majority of the comments from our survey were about our customer service, our application processing time, our hold times, and our website. In April, we launched our new customer satisfaction survey. From this point forward, our reports of surveys will be a little bit different. The new survey was implemented to capture more information about the level of service our agency is providing to license holders. The survey will provide us with information about the industry type that's contacting us, how often we are being contacted, and the avenue of which they contacted our office. In addition, the survey will provide a satisfaction rating for our agency. Do you have any questions about the reports?
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Denise Sample, Licensing and Registration Services Director.
Good morning, Chair and Commission. I'm Denise Sample, the Director of Licensing and Registration Services. And before I get into my reports, I'd like to start by introducing the 2 newest members of the Licensing and Registration Services, or LRS team. Shay Fleming, there we go. Trying to locate her in the room. Shay Fleming is a native Austinite and a recent Austin Community College graduate. She comes to us with varied state and federal government experience, most recently in the driver's license division of the Texas Department of Public Safety. She enjoys spending time with her son and traveling. Justin Beltran is a 6th-generation Round Rock native. He comes to us with over 5 years of diverse experience within the mortgage industry. He's a lifetime Longhorn fan and naturally a big fan of Round Rock donuts. Please join me in welcoming Shay and Justin to the LRS team. So the first report I have for you shows the March fiscal year comparison of applications received and renewal activity for the real estate brokers, sales agents, and real estate inspectors. Our fiscal year comparisons continue to show an increase in the number of original broker and sales agent applications received. The report also reflects a decrease in the number of original inspector applications during the same reporting period. Are there any questions about that report? All right, moving on. The next report is a 13-month comparison of the total number of license holders and registrants through March of 2019. At the bottom of the report, you'll see that at the end of March 2019, we had an increase of about 8,161 total license holders and registrants as compared to March of 2018. And the next page is a graphical representation of all of those numbers, the totals at the bottom. And if there are no questions, that concludes my report.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer Wheeler, Education Standards Examination Service Director.
Good morning, Chair Kestner and Commissioners. Jennifer Wheeler, Director of Education and Examination Services. The Education and Examination Services Division is responsible for reviewing and processing qualifying and continuing education provider and course applications, as well as instructors. We're also the branch of the agency that liaisons directly with our exam vendor, Pearson VUE. While I don't have any reports to share with you today, I am working with division and ITS staff to develop new reports for you that will measure the course and provider initial and renewal applications. The reports will represent the overall volume of applications received and processed in the EES division, as well as statistics on processing times. As recommended by the Sunset Committee, annual fiscal year-to-date examination statistics will be provided to you annually at the November meeting. At this time, I'd like to take the opportunity to make you aware of some of the transitions and promotions that have occurred recently in the EES division. As Doug mentioned, Gwen Jackson is unable to be here today, but as many of you know, she has been with the agency for over 35 years. For the last 10 plus years, she has directed the Combined Education and Licensing Services Division. In her new role as the EES Education Compliance Specialist, Gwen will head up our long-planned vision of developing an audit program for education providers and courses. We are very excited to see this vision come to fruition with Gwen at the helm. Next, Crystal Stoll. Crystal has been with the agency for 5 years, serving as the education team lead for several of those years. Crystal has a keen understanding of our Versa database management system and an eye for identifying needs and areas where we can become more technologically efficient. As our new business process manager, Crystal will coordinate, plan, evaluate, and test ITS projects to increase efficiency in division processes. Please help me congratulate Crystal on her new role. Next is Mike Sampledeal. Mike has been with the agency for 4 years, serving as our lead inspector education specialist and liaison to the inspector education subcommittee. Mike brings his familiarity with the agency and division-related processes, along with 15 years of supervisory experience, to his new role as our education program supervisor. Please help me congratulate Mike on his new role. Jennifer Gruby. Jennifer Gruby has been with the agency for 5 years, serving as lead qualifying course and provider reviewer. Jennifer has a master's degree in education with a focus on instructional design. She has recently been promoted to our education curriculum developer, where she will have the opportunity to apply her education and previous curriculum development experience to the development of all TREC and TALCB non-elective continuing education courses. Please help me congratulate Jennifer Gruby on her new role. Lastly is the newest addition to our team, Frank Zamora. Frank is our newest education specialist and comes to us with a unique combination of administrative experience, real estate experience, and experience developing and presenting training programs for employees of the City of San Antonio. We are pleased to welcome him to our team and anticipate his valued contributions. Please help me welcome Frank. This concludes my presentation, unless you have any questions for me.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Mark Moore, Texas Real Estate Commission Standards and Enforcement Services Director.
We've got 3 reports for you all today on pages 19 through 22. The first 2 reports are ones I use to manage the division. The third one's for informational purposes only, and I'll explain that a little bit more in a minute. Before I went into the reports, I did want to let y'all know I really enjoy serving the public and the commission, and I've especially enjoyed serving with Commissioner Arriaga over the years on the Enforcement Committee, and I had the good fortune of being invited twice to speak with the Greater McAllen Association of Realtors in McAllen, and Commissioner Arriaga and his fellow associate members were great hosts for that. Really enjoyed that. On Avis, pretty much everything's been said, except that as someone who grew up in a town that used to have a strong rural character, I'm surprised nobody mentioned that she always has the best boots, and that she can always turn on a good country girl accent anytime she wants, and she's really good at that, so nothing else on that. On page 19, we have our first report. It's called the Case Status Report, and usually what I look at on this is basically cases coming in, cases going out, so input and output. So the two bold rows are the ones that are most important that I'll highlight when I speak with y'all. The cases received and the cases closed. There's nothing in these numbers that stand out. I look for aberrations or trends, and in the last, actually for these 8 or 9 months, the cases have been pretty steady. They're very high historically, but we are closing more than we've opened on that. I also look at general categories like broker sales, applications, to see if those are trending up or down as well. But that's basically what we do on that report. And if you scroll down a little bit, Amber, you see the bold at the bottom. That also shows the inventory that we have. So we have about 1,300 cases open at the end of the month, and that also shows what I just mentioned, that we've closed a little bit more than we received this year, which is good. Going on to the next report, I look at these two sort of together because we have really high volume, but we've done a pretty good job of keeping up with the older cases. As you can see that I think, it's 96% of the cases are less than 1 year old, and that's been about 95 to 98%, so that stayed pretty steady. Most of those 0 to 6 month cases, or a lot of them, are the application background checks, because those we have to do quicker because someone's waiting on their license. The ones that are over a year old, you'll see 43 there. Those are cases that are typically being set for hearing. We set about 30 to 40 cases a year, and there may be multiple cases on a single docket, and those are the ones we docket with the State Office of Administrative Hearings, which is the administrative agency that has sort of a judge-like function and hears our cases and makes recommendations for y'all. So you'll see the results of those recommendations in item 13 when we go over the cases. Going down to the next report, this is the one I'd say that's kind of more informational. It's a complaint subject category report, and the first page is the pie chart that shows in picture form basically what's the general subject, what are we seeing? That's the question that's been asked to us for years, is what kind of cases are you seeing? So these are broker sales cases, with one exception, that there's a category that's a large category of 20% called licensure issues. Those are background history cases that are assigned to lawyers. So those have gone up a lot. The other big area is property management. Those are about 10% of our cases. That fluctuates as a percentage between 10 to 20%, and that's pretty true nationally as well, that those are often a big enforcement area. And of course, the biggest category is always going to be the miscellaneous, which is sales others. So that's negligence, rebates, a whole lot of other categories. So this doesn't mean we found discipline in these areas, just kind of let you know in general what cases we're seeing. And you'll see on this page it's percentages, but if you scroll to the next page, you'll see the raw numbers. And the reason we want to give you the raw numbers is, let's say property management has dropped from about 18 or 19% to 10%. The raw numbers haven't really changed. It's really more that other areas went up. Licensure issues mainly went up. And so when you look at the raw numbers, you can see that there's huge variation from month to month. So we always want to look at big pieces of data to make this report meaningful. Are there any questions on this report or any other reports, or the Standards and Enforcement Services Division?
Can you break out on the licensure issues? Are they DWIs and drug charges? I mean, like, how many are those and how many are actually felonies? We're hiring these people, and it's scary.
Yes, and the law is pretty forgiving in this area. The biggest number by far is substance abuse, which would include alcohol and drugs by far. Those are the biggest. And you mentioned felonies. I wanted to clarify one area. Once someone holds a license, the only way a crime will be something that enforcement would see if it's a felony, or a misdemeanor fraud, which I've yet to see one of those. So it's usually a felony. So as an applicant, though, we can look at the whole picture. So if we've even denied licenses and had it upheld by this body for even 7, 8, 9 misdemeanors. If there's a whole lot and someone demonstrates an inability to follow the law, that's where we get it. But that's kind of the protecting the public is our main goal on these, but also there's a general policy, I think, from the legislature that when people make mistakes, they can earn a living later. So that's sort of the balance, and that the commission has to.
One other question. if I fill out all the paperwork and send you all the information about my DWI or something, will you just pass it on through?
If someone has a single misdemeanor DWI, most common, that would be a clear. And that would happen fairly quickly, assuming they've been fingerprinted and receive it.
But if the people don't turn all the records in with it, then you're going to flag it and kick it out, and it's going to take them lots longer.
It
right?
takes longer, yeah, for requesting information on that. But some of the minor like that, if they didn't disclose one misdemeanor, they'd probably just get an advisory letter to let them know, tell us about things in the future. Because the question on the application says list all crimes and misdemeanors, including deferred adjudication. So we think the question's pretty clear.
Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Rapp, Information and Technology Services Director.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Steve Rapp. I am the Director of Information Technology Services. I'll be reporting on the online utilization of our applications and renewals. But before I get into that, I'd like to, since we last met, we rolled out 2 major applications that Mr. Slagle discussed in support of our customer service efforts, the education status and the app status tracker. No small effort. I'm quite proud of our team for what they put into that and to roll that out. And we've seen good utilization of those applications online. We also hired another contractor, bringing that number to 4, that we were fortunate enough to find someone with Versa experience. And if you recall, that's our licensing system. And he has been productive pretty much since day one. So he was a great find. No questions. I'll move on to the I-1 and I-2 reports. And again, those will show web, initial, renewal, and sponsorship utilization. Online utilization, that is. If you look at our web statistics, they continue to move upward. That's encouraging. Every click is hopefully one less phone call and one less piece of paper that goes through these hardworking folks' hands behind me. The initial applications, although the number is less, the percentage there in the 80% range is less than what we saw last year. That's consistent with what we've seen in all of 2019. Renewals continue to be steady in the 95 to 98% range. And on the sponsorship transactions, those are steady as well in a 93, 94% range on those. Any questions on any of these?
Talk to me real briefly about Versa. We've had that for a while. Do we need any updates? We're here to help you out.
The Versa system is our system of record, of course, and we have had that for a while. And what I can say is that we have had to create a lot of efforts and do a lot of work outside of that system to accomplish what we need to do as an agency. And that can be discouraging. Thankfully, we have a strong team of developers that has been able to meet that challenge, but it does not do everything that we need it to do natively.
So the system is working, but not as well as it should.
It doesn't have the functionality that we wished it had.
What do we need to do going forward?
Well, we should reevaluate the functionality of this system. We should reevaluate. I think, are we going to speak to that later on? Mr. Oldmixon?
That process is underway, but you certainly can elaborate on it if you wish.
Okay.
On the timing.
Okay. I have permission to speak on that then.
Thank you.
So, flatly, we're not happy with it. And we will begin the process of investigating whether or not there's a system out there that can do a better job for us. And that process is underway.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Okay.
The next report, the I-2 report, is a graphical representation of the I-1 report. I will note that you'll see back in March of 18 that there was a blip in utilization there. Our best efforts didn't really come up with a clear answer on that, but that was when we stopped doing the Harvey extensions. I'm not sure if that translates one-to-one on that. There was a question, Commissioner Leonard, I believe, on the complaint module. We're looking at that as we're also been charged to create a higher-end customer service portal. And we're taking that piece, and it makes sense to roll that into that project as well. And so that is underway. Phase one of that is really a utilization study of our current website and how that can be more efficient, get people to where they need to be in fewer clicks, and provide the information that they need as quickly as possible. Again, minimizing the number of calls on that. So just wanted to address that, sir. If there are no other questions, that'll conclude my report.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Priscilla Piffo? Pipo.
Good morning, Priscilla Piffo, Director of Staff and Support Services. Thank you. First, before I get underway with my reports, I'd like to introduce my newest hire to my division. She's actually a transfer from the licensing division, Mary Beth Hanna. You all, the new commissioners, got to meet her this morning. We're very, very pleased that she's come over from licensing to our division. She went, and first of all, started off at administrative assistant, and now she's actually moving into purchasing and starting in a career path that I think will be very well suited for her. She has a UT degree in finance or accounting? Finance. And she's wonderful. Thank you. So moving to the reports, my first report is the budget status report. It's a monthly snapshot where our current fiscal year expenditures and revenues fall at a point in time. In this case, it's in March. So we're through the 7 months of the fiscal year, and you'll notice at the top on the right-hand side, it says we're 5/12, which equals to 41.7% is what you would expect remaining. Of course, expenditures do not occur at a consistent rate throughout the year, so there will be some variance. And within your budget policy, we actually have a requirement that if there is a variation of more than 20%, we will report that, and we put notes off to the side. We are about 5%. We spent about 5% less than we had budgeted for expenditures at this point in time, and revenue is a little bit higher if you'll go on down the page, at about 11% ahead of where we would anticipated being for revenue. And you will notice at the top of this particular report, it says revised. That is because what we've started doing with the budget amendments that we're doing, we're now needing to add that back into our budget status reports. And so the first one we sent out didn't have that taken into consideration. So we're learning that part. Any questions on budget status report? Sir.
I was just looking at the office space and rent that it looks like we're over budget on that.
Well, actually, it comes at one point in time, and so we pay the rent twice a year, and we have the SWICAP offset as well, which is for the statewide indirect costs.
Okay,
So it's a timing issue less than anything else.
Okay, so it wasn't an error in forecasting.
No.
When I see a fixed cost,
yeah,
like rent.
Yeah.
And then we're over budget for it.
Right.
Makes me.
And if it came monthly, that would follow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Any other questions? All right. I'm moving on to the investment reports. So TREC takes, and so I don't know if the new commissioners have had a chance to look at our investment policy, but we take a laddered approach to investments, which means we try to have some that come due every quarter so that we can roll those in, move them over, do whatever we need to do. And we take a look at that before we do any reinvestments. As our first report is Fund 3055, which is our operating fund. You will notice it has an ending market value of our investments of roughly $15 million. At the bottom of this report, we list our total cash on hand, less our reserves, which leaves our operating balance at roughly $6.4 million. Moving to the next report, which is the Real Estate Recovery Trust Account, 3058. You'll notice that at the bottom, after we take into consideration our investments, the ins and outs, and reserved for future payments, which is the $607,417, our balance is $2.5 million. You'll notice on the next page, which we call the S3 report, that basically shows you the payments that have gone over the last several years. And again, a potential payment for the next 3 months. Right in the middle of the page, in parentheses, we're anticipating about $607,000 over the next 90 days. Then the third investments report is the Real Estate Inspection Recovery Fund. You'll notice on this at the bottom, the total amount at the bottom is $612,383. This investment fund, this recovery fund is for inspectors, and by statute, at the very end of the calendar year, we're required to transfer anything over $600,000 into general revenue. I'll be happy to answer any questions about the investment reports. And then I've got one more thing just to let you know about. We have a couple of audits going on. We have an internal audit right now that we should be ready to report on in August. They have written the first draft of it, and it's about licensing processes. So we're getting that feedback that Tony told you about earlier. And the state auditor's office comes out about every 4 years or so, and they're in the process of working on the next report that they'll be doing. They've just finished field work, I think, as of today, and we'll be presenting preliminary findings and having a report for you for the next meeting that we have in August. I believe their report will be completed in July prior to the meeting. Happy to answer any questions.
I'm going to back up
Yes, sir.
one report. On the $612,000, we're required to sweep anything over $600,000 to the general revenue.
Yes, sir.
Is that a common occurrence for the recovery fund for the inspector? Does that happen every year? Is it just something that has happened every year? Okay.
Yes, it does. We usually run right about that balance, pretty close to 600,000. I can't tell you the exact figure, but I could let you know. It's always a little bit above, and we transfer that amount over in January.
Looking at the payouts over the years, the recovery fund for the inspector is considerably less than the licensees, and just wonder if it's a common occurrence to sweep. Thank you.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Leonard, would you like to give a report on the executive committee?
I'd be glad to. The executive committee, man, I'm going to be very brief here because most of these are going to be further agenda items today. But I want to let you know what the executive committee did discuss and what we talked about. We met on April 9th by teleconference. We talked about, in attendance were Executive Director Old Mixon, the Deputy Executive Director Tony Slagle, Carrie Lewis, and Chelsea Buchholz were, as well as myself, Avis Wukash, and Adrian Arriaga. We talked about competency, which will be agenda item number 19. This relates to the competency of the sales, the license holder in the, for example, geographic competency was the main topic. If I'm based in San Antonio, am I competent to do business in Houston? Probably not. So we talked about that. Agenda item number 24 will be receiving an undisclosed commissioner rebate. This relates to RESPA, and basically think of it as pay-to-play. Relates to the inspectors. What we're doing is the inspectors have their own rule that says they can't essentially pay-to-play, but we have not made that rule applicable to brokers. We're trying to put those two things together so that people can connect the dots, and so that our inspectors aren't feeling like they're between a rock and a hard place when they're trying to market their services to brokers. Agenda item number 25 is kind of related. This relates to it's an update to inspector professional conduct and ethics to reflect, again, RESPA requirements. Agenda item number 27, the Texas Real Estate Inspector Committee to update the date match to sunset for the commission, and to reinsert term limits and change the February dates to January to align better with the committee meeting schedules. So we are now on a 6-year plan with the Sunset Commission. This brings them into alignment with that. Educational Standards Committee, update, same thing, update their 6-year requirement instead of 12 to, again, align with what the commission is doing. We have some forums approval that we discussed, which would allow the commission or the commission staff to update forms and implement some rule changes that you can think of these as many of them are ministerial changes that we end up dealing with up here. These are form changes that really don't need our input often. The MOU with the TAOCB and the MOUs with the Real Estate Center, and I know Mr. Gaines is here to speak here from the Real Estate Center a little bit later. That will be agenda item number 38. We also reviewed the results of our executive director's performance appraisal. We discussed several candidates who were runners-up to the appointments made by the chair for educational standards and who can no longer serve on ESAC. I believe we already have handled that earlier with Mr. Porter's, who did we appointment? No, Mr. Porter's appointment. We also discussed the terms, expiration terms of the 2 brokers on the Broker Lawyer Committee, which we've already disposed of, and Ms. York and Mr. Morgan staying on that committee and will continue to serve. We discussed the current orientation process that I was honored to be a part of yesterday for our new commissioners. We're attempting to expand that orientation process so that, and I can tell you from personal example that, and I'm sure the new people will back me up on this, that sometimes your first day on the job is a little bit like the fire hose, taking a drink from the fire hydrant. So Mr. Oldmixon did a great job of orienting the new people, tour the building, and I know this afternoon he's going to expand that with an introduction to all the directors and the people, and so they'll know who the players are, so they'll know who you are. So we're going to try to make the transition from not being on the dais to being on the dais a little bit smoother. We also recommended that the commission consider the following topics for a November workshop. Apparently we have a date for that. I keep asking and I don't get a real answer. So I guess we're going to discuss that a little bit later. The role of the executive committee, possible mentorship policy for new commission members, committee appointment policies, the ARELO attendance policy, annual data review, our strategic plan for 2020, sunset requirements, the completion status for what we're in the process of being required by the Sunset Commission, and what we're going to do with the strategic reserve fund spending and the project review. We did not set a date for a future meeting just yet, and that's my report. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. I will now...
No questions, really. Oh, come on.
I'll just mention something. I read the thing about the form approval policy, and I kind of took a step back and said, wait a minute, are we getting broker lawyers business? That is internal forms only. That is administration internal forms only. So when you see that form, don't read it like I did and back up, but that is internal. Just FYI, and thank you for clarifying that. We'll now ask Mr. Oldmixon to give us a report on the Budget Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 41 of your materials is the narrative report of the Budget Committee. Suffice it to say that we met and went over the first draft of the budget, answered a whole bunch of questions. The commissioners assigned are always very, very thorough and detailed. We'll be presenting that draft budget under Agenda Item 40 today, and so the rest of the commissioners will have an opportunity to be equally as detailed as you like. One of the things that we were asked to provide, to analyze and provide for you today and for the committee going forward was some additional details on how much we pay for Arello fees, our membership fees, and conference attendance, for a couple of reasons. One, to make sure that remains balanced, and also make sure that we allocate enough for additional commissioners to attend Commissioner College and the annual meetings of Arello. For those who have been to both the annual meetings and the Commissioner College, there have been very, very positive feedback from that, and so it's recommended that that be expanded. So we'll look forward to your guidance on that. We also, one of the things that the Commissioner Arriaga asked was that we bring some recommendations to look at options, not recommendations, but options to look at for returning, perhaps reducing some of our additional fees, eliminating some miscellaneous fees, and potentially rebating some of the fees, or excuse me, of our excess revenues back to license holders. And so we have performed all of that research, and I'll be happy to answer any questions about it. You may want to wait until we do a presentation at Agenda Item 40 for specifics, but I'm happy to answer whatever questions you have now as well.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. I will now ask Rob Cook, Chair of the Education Standards Advisory Committee, come out and give us a report.
Good morning, Chairman Kestner. Welcome. So, and to all the commissioners and Executive Director Oldmix, pleasure to be here today. So, anyway, we're going to go over the meeting. The meeting was called to order at 10 o'clock with people in attendance. It was Marcela Gomez, Mary Lou Henry, Scott Hilton, Maria Napoleon, Sarah Norman, Ruben Pena, Felicia Peters, Lori Selecki, Kelly Stokes, and Kelly Youngblood, and of course our staff liaison, Laura Wilkinson, was present. And of course in attendance with our staff was Carrie Lewis, Chelsea Colts, Mark Moore, Pim Mayo, Jennifer Wheeler, Crystal Stowell, Jennifer Garube, and Amber Hinton. There were no amendments to the January minutes. And on public comment on non-agenda items, there were no comments. Staff Attorney Pim Mayo presented the report on education-related topics at the last meeting and came out and explained the details and outcomes. We had a very in-depth discussion about, and public comment based on the benchmark. And what to put on our website basically is to have a column basically said plus or minus on the benchmark pass rate, and also whether or not to determine that the three category rankings, I'm in good standing, subject to probation, and subject to revocation, are helpful or confusing. The committee further recommended the proposed amendments to TREC Rule 535.61 to the Commission to propose it for publication and public comment. So also we had the need for additional contract education, and our rationale behind that is we have people who are out there practicing who can't do contracts, and one of the things that we aren't doing is requiring which contract. It's just a contract class of 3 hours, which is actually down from 6 hours, what we originally proposed. We also propose upping the hours to renew your license from 18 to 21. So anyway, I had a discussion regarding Rule 535.63. These amendments are needed to comply with the Sunset Bill, with allowing the providers to approve their educators based on the guidelines of TREC. And of course, the committee recommended the amendments considered by the Commission to be proposed for publication and public comment. And of course, we discussed regarding for next legal update courses, so we had some content there. the commission and the educator provider discussed the various options and methods available to teaching English as a second language. No action items were taken on that. And of course, for the next meeting, timing the required responses from the commission regarding course applications, standards for course delivery, and evaluation data currently. And Carrie presented the new meeting schedule by the commission. And so we had July, October, January, and April. And the next meeting is scheduled for July 8th. And then we adjourn the meeting. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my report, unless you have some questions.
Any questions, Commissioner?
First, let me congratulate you and welcome to the job.
Thank you.
Glad to see you there. Has there been any further conversation about a possible certification for property managers?
We have had it on the agenda in the past. We have not acted on that yet. I don't believe we've said that to the commission. Carrie, you can clarify on that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was what's loud? That was an item that the ESAC committee, under the guidance of Chair Susan Jones, approved to bring forward to the commission. The executive committee hasn't thought the timing was right to bring it forward yet because we're dealing with all the sunset things. In fact, of all the items that were mentioned on these minutes, most of those rules will be before you today, but the one about continuing education, expanding the hours and requiring the contract courses, that is also not before you today, as the executive committee decided that that should be a future agenda item after all of the sunset items that are being required by the bill and the recommendations from Sunset Commission are completed.
So the ball is in our court.
The ball is in your court.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? First of all, Rob, thank you for volunteering and taking the lead in this. I do want to just clarify one thing. The 3 hours of contract, that is going to be flexible and market driven.
It is going to be flexible
based on the market.
Because some people don't do 1 to 4. Some people do leasing. Some people do commercial. So it'd just be 3 hours of content with a TREC approved course. So, and again, we're having people out there who are getting their licenses don't know how to write a contract.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lee Warren, Chair of the Texas Real Estate Inspector Committee.
Good morning, everyone. The Inspector Committee met in April and went over a multitude of different items, many of which will be in front of you for approval today. Pre-licensure process is something that came up during the Sunset Review, and I believe we've taken steps to not only address those issues, but to completely revamp the process in order to become an inspector. Texas has had the strictest requirements of any state in order to become licensed. Though I have no problem with there being strict requirements in order to obtain a license, there were a number of things that we felt needed to be addressed. Based on feedback from education providers and new licensees, we focused the new process on the quality of the education as opposed to just the quantity of it. The new process will focus much more on the hands-on side of learning and actually performing inspections prior to becoming licensed and on one's own. We feel that this not only creates a better educated inspector, but it also protects the consumer substantially more as well. As with the real estate side, we have a legal ethics course that is required for renewal. We've gone through the process of updating that course to reflect the last 2 years of progress in the industry and within our specific profession. This is the second time we have created the actual 4-hour course for the required continuing education piece. The first time we received the assistance from the Texas A&M Real Estate Center to put the course together. This time around, the course will be updated and completed by the Inspector Advisory Committee and the staff. The Education Subcommittee and staff have put in a substantial amount of time in order to complete this update to better educate licensees. A rule is before you today to eliminate the pay-to-play scenario, which we've obviously heard about so far, where service providers are excluded from participating or even being allowed access to licensees or other offices unless they pay a fee to the brokerages. For years, it has been a rule violation for any service provider, such as an inspector, lender, home warranty company, title company, etc., to participate in these programs. However, it has not been against the rule for any brokerages to solicit these types of programs from any service provider. The rule before you not only equalizes the rules for all licensees, but it creates a level playing field across the board. This creates more options for the consumer, as these programs were vetted only to whether the monies were paid and not by the quality of the service provider themselves. This does not prevent brokerages from soliciting monies for advertising opportunities for service providers. It simply prevents them from excluding service providers from even entering their building unless they pay a fee. Another rule before you changes the dynamic of when to deliver the inspection report to the client. The rule specifies that once the report is paid for, the inspector is required to deliver the report within 2 days. This rule clarifies that the report must be paid for prior to the inspector being required to deliver it. Being that the rule specifies that it must be paid for first, we felt it prudent to reduce the time for delivery from 3 days to 2. This will ensure that the inspector gets paid for the service provided while getting the inspection report to the client in a more timely manner. We've also modified the rule that allows inspectors to receive continuing education credit for attending the February Inspector Committee meeting. The proposed rule will allow up to 4 hours of continuing education per renewal period for attending any meeting of the full IAC, not just the February meeting. We ran into a situation where we've had some really good content meetings throughout the year, and we wanted to make sure that we still encourage as much attendance as possible, not just at the February meeting. But that concludes my report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Turner?
Yes, sir. So you started out by saying that Texas has the strictest requirements of any state to become a licensed real estate inspector.
Mm-hmm.
Is that anecdotal, or have you guys done a survey?
No, we've done the research. I think our education requirements are like double the highest state that was there as far as our requirements and whatnot.
I also, who knows if they correlate, but when we were looking from our licensing and registration services division reports earlier, and even though we've held steady at around 3,200 licensed inspectors in the state, we're also seeing downward trends over the past fiscal year in applications.
Mm-hmm.
So I really want to look into the health of the industry, make sure that our entry requirements aren't too hard. That's shocking to hear that we have twice the education requirements of the nearest state. I think certainly as a public member, it's my job to make sure, and I'm not accusing the inspector committee or this commission of doing this, but to make sure we don't have too many barriers to entry into professions. So
Absolutely.
When I see downward trends and hear that we make it twice as hard to become an inspector, I think that's something that this commission needs to look into. And I'd like specifically to hear back from you guys at some point on just generally, or if you're prepared to speak on it right now, just the health of the industry, whether or not you think there are enough inspectors, is everybody getting enough work? If you have any thoughts on that right now.
Sure, absolutely. I think I've been around long enough on this side to see the trends that have happened. These education requirements have been in place for a long time, so it's not a new development. We didn't just up the hours. I mean, these hours have been pretty substantial for a long time. Mm-hmm. As with the statistics on real estate agents and brokers, or just licensees in general, you see them fluctuate as the markets fluctuate, so on and so forth. For us, our biggest component in this, there are two main components that we were trying to look at in this pre-licensure process. One, the sunset review, which mentioned some redundancies in some of the coursework that was done, as well as asking us to try and streamline that process. And two, we interviewed a lot of people, or a lot of licensees that had just gone through the process. You know, I've been doing this for a long time. My experience is a little outdated as far as that pre-licensure process. So we wanted to get some more feedback on more recent people that have gone through the process. And unfortunately, the feedback we've been getting is that they're going through, but as soon as they pass their test, they're not confident. And we want to try and ensure that when you actually get a license, there's some level of confidence that you can actually go out and perform an inspection and be in someone's home and take care of the consumer in a much better respect. So that's why we tried to, instead of just adding more hours, which tends to be a pattern that a lot of entities go, we wanted to take a complete step back, revamp the entire process. We're going to try something completely different, to where we really focus on getting people hands-on, physically knowing how to do the inspection, go through the actual process, write the report, as well as give them a little education on just business practices and how to run a business in general. So trying to better educate them and just give them a much more well-rounded education piece before they go completely out and totally on their own. Because by statute, there's no forced apprenticeship or anything like that. We have to provide a fast-track program in which they can go straight to being completely and totally on their own. So it's a much larger responsibility, we feel, from our side, to, because there is no sponsorship or apprenticeship that's required, to give them the best tools possible to get there.
I'm glad y'all are looking at that, and you all are so important, because as we sit here as a commission, we have 6 broker members, we have 3 public members, we have this many inspector members, And especially our newer commissioners, I want to encourage you to pay attention to the inspector rules that come up for review, pay attention to our inspector committee, because sometimes, in my experience, they can get lost in the shuffle, and we need to take their recommendations certainly as they're made, but also put a keen eye towards them too, and not just let things roll through here. We have an obligation to this profession that's just as great as our obligation to our friends in the real estate profession. So
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Much.
Other questions? All right, thank you. We are going to move agenda item 36 up next. We have some visitors from out of town, and I'd like to welcome Gary Mailer and Jim Gaines. If y'all would like to come up, I think we're going to do a brief presentation on the Research Center, correct? Real Estate Center? Okay.
This is
Economic forecast, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman and commissioners and guests and others, thank you for having us here today. We appreciate the opportunity to share some information about where we think the Texas economy is going, to help you make better decisions. I'd like to also say I've been the director of the center for 15 years. The center's been around for 48 years this month. Hi there, Delora, good to see you. And we've not always had the great relationship with the commission that we currently have, and I think it's critical that we have that kind of relationship. Doug and I get together quarterly. We talk about all kinds of issues that are facing the industry. We also have Jan on our advisory committee as an ex officio member, and she's been quite helpful. Great relationships, of course, with Barbara and Bill and Avis and others throughout the years. So I solicit your input to the center as well for our research agenda and otherwise. The center is the largest and the most prolific, most respected academically affiliated research organization in the nation, and I'm truly privileged to be a part of it. And my colleague Jim Gaines is a Georgia boy, went to the University of Georgia, got his PhD there. What he brings to the center is not only a breadth of experience from the academic side, but also many years in consulting, working. He even led the Rice Research Center down in Houston for years. We have all these bright young minds that we've been able to bring into the center, a lot of new, younger economists, and as they crank out new models and new ideas about how we should be conducting our research, he has that innate capability to use that broad experience to step back and say, yeah, your model says this, but I've been around for a long time and I've seen a few of the things that make me wonder about your answers there. So Jim's a great guy. We've been friends for too many years to admit.
Yes.
Jim Gaines, thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Mr. Commissioner, Commission, pleasure to be here. I think this is our first shot at this, so we'll see how it goes as a presentation on the economy and what's going on. Commissioner Russell, I'm sorry you have to listen to this twice. She just heard me Thursday up in Denton, so we'll just bear with me for a while. We'll see how it goes. I want to keep it simple. I'm going to hit a 100,000-foot view. This is the national where we've been. 2018 was a good year for the national economy. GDP growth was actually the best that it's been in 7 years after the 07-08 recession. In fact, I believe it's next month, we set the record for the most number of months of continuous economic prosperity that we've ever had in the United States since we started measuring these things some years ago. It'll exceed the 1990s in terms of the duration. The thing that's important about it, though, is during this period of economic expansion at the national level, it's been fairly modest. It's been a very modest rate of increase, average of about 2.1, 2.2% per year, where since World War II, the average had been about 3.4%. So it's been a modest thing. That's important for Texas, though, because as long as the U.S. economy is doing all right, we're going to do pretty good too. In fact, we've been doing much better than the U.S. economy for the last several years. You all know that. Jobs are expanding. Interest rates have been going up and down. I'll talk about that in just a second, just to give an update on what one can say about interest rates, which is always dangerous. Inflation, toward the end of last year, it approached the 2.5% level. which was kind of the upper limit of the target of the Federal Reserve. Since then, it's dropped. It's been less than 2%. That's another reason why the Fed here recently didn't raise interest rates again. They're getting a little nervous. The rate of increase is cut down. The tax induced the fiscal policy last year, the tax law changes. Most of those things added positive impacts. People did spend more. People got a little bit more in their paycheck every month. Corporate America got more money, but it didn't come out as big an issue as they thought it was going to. And now they're also seeing the repercussions of the state and local tax limitation, the SALT limitation on the federal income tax, and perhaps some on the mortgage interest deduction. That probably has had the least impact, but it can't say it hadn't had any. Income and spending is up. Housing is improving, but still not fully recovered from 07-08. The level of home construction has not increased to the point of where it was back in 05, 06, and 07. Interestingly. Now, that's true at the national level. We'll see here, even at the Texas level, we haven't gotten back to the peak levels. We're doing much better than at the national level, but not. U.S. became the #1 oil-producing country in the world. We exceeded Saudi Arabia. We exceeded Russia to take over the #1 slot. We're producing about 12.5 million barrels a day. And that is important. We have also become a net exporter of oil and petroleum products, not oil itself per se, but the products and the distillates, chemical processing, the downstream operations, and so on. I put this one together for today. If we want to look at the economy and the housing's future, if you want to know where it's going, there's about 4 or 5 things you watch. Jobs and income. You can see it in Texas. Our jobs, we've been gaining jobs for the last decade better. As long as you get jobs and people make money, you have income, and wage and salaries go up, it's going to be a positive impact. The demographics are changing. This is going to be one of the most important things we have to watch. And it's going to impact our real estate industry. I can tell you, the 20-somethings don't have the same attitude about real estate that the 40 and 50-somethings have. The 30s are in between, okay? And the 30-somethings don't like the 20-somethings and vice versa. And none of them like the good guys, the baby boomers, which includes most of us. So we're the demographic, but the disruptions, the changes of attitudes, the changes in what they're looking for. In the labor market, for example, right now, one of the big differences is when we came through as baby boomers, we went wherever the jobs were. So we moved around a good bit, and we moved for jobs. The young people don't do that. They go where they want to live and then go find a job there. So it's a much different attitude. Now, that's a generality, and of course, there are all kinds of exceptions, but they're doing that. The wave of the baby boomers and the Gen X coming through that are buying the very high-priced homes. That wave may be coming through and then receding in the next decade. So the people who are today buying the most expensive houses may have to look out. The market may thin out for that upper end. We'll have to see how that demographics. Capital and money markets, no doubt. The debt is one of those dark clouds on the horizon. If you're looking a little longer term, or you're looking for the next recession, which if all the talking shows in the media are always looking for the next recession, because that's what they can talk about, and it's sort of the doom and gloom. But the capital markets, the U.S. Treasury this year is going to have to borrow $1 trillion. And that's just the U.S. The European nations are borrowing money left and right. Japan is in debt to itself for over 300% of its annual GDP. We're a little over 100% at the U.S. level, our national debt. Corporate America has about $800 billion coming up for refinance this year, that they're not going to pay it off. They've got to roll it. So, I mean, collectively, we've got literally trillions of dollars of debt that's going to have to be worked through at a global level. And the money in capital markets are global markets. much like the oil and gas market is a global market. We produce a lot of oil here in Texas and in the United States, but we have no control really over overall demand, overall supply, and therefore the overall price. It's a global market. Government, what can you say about government? Government is always one of those factors that runs into the play, and it's a federal level, the international level, but it's all the way down. And in real estate and in our housing markets, we are seeing more and more state, local, county, city, down to HOAs, which almost form a political unit, affecting what people can do with their real estate, with their house, with their land, whatever. And we're seeing that come more and more into play. And then, of course, technology is disrupting everything. Just the fact that we're all sitting here looking at a screen. 15 years ago, you didn't have that. And 5 years ago, we didn't have the recording. We're seeing it come. We're going to see big data. We're going to see the blockchain events, and it's coming into the real estate market. It's coming into the real estate licensing. It's coming into the real estate brokerage activity. We've got major firms that are trying to be basically what local firms were to their local communities. We're seeing larger firms try to be to the whole nation. The Zillows of the world, et cetera, the Redfins, trying to become basically national multiple listing services and sales. So all of this, these things are coming. This is not necessarily tomorrow, next week, next year, but in the coming days, things that we're going to have to watch for. Okay, get back to data. I'm an economist. You have to suffer through graphs and charts. Consumer confidence, consumption, of course, personal consumption is about 65–69% of our GDP growth. Texas consumer confidence has been up. Right at the tail end, last year, fourth quarter, price of oil collapsed a little bit or went down a good deal, went from like 70 to 30, so it did a pretty good move. And that affected overall economy and the outlook here in Texas. Small business, Main Street America, National Federation of Independent Businesses, this is their optimism index. It's been high. The big jump right there that you see in the sort of the two-thirds of the way through the graph, that was November 10th, 2016. We talk about the impact of government. It had nothing to do with anything actually happening other than the election. It was all psychological. It was how the small business America viewed what they thought was going to happen, good, bad, or indifferent, from the change in administration and so forth. And the good news is it stayed reasonably high. I just saw it this morning. I was sitting here back here. It came out again this morning. It's back up a little bit. It notched up a little bit. So we'll see how that all plays out. Interest rates have been interesting. The Federal Reserve, that's the green line underneath there. That's the Federal Reserve Fed funds rate, the overnight bank lending rate. And that's the rate that you hear about in the press every 6 weeks when the Federal Open Market Committee comes out and they set their target for what they want that rate to be. This is a chart of the upper limit of that target that they've set. And what you can see out there on the far right is how stepwise, about every other meeting, they increased that short-term rate about 25 basis points or a quarter of a point. What they thought they were going to do is get all rates to kind of rise a little bit, but it didn't happen. You can see the blue line, which is the 10-year Treasury rate, and the black line, which is the 30-year fixed mortgage rate from Freddie Mac. So that's our home mortgage lending rate around the country. It actually came down. Those rates actually came down, and it's been surprising. The reason that they've come down, though, is inflation. And this is my spaghetti chart. I'm an economist. You get the spaghetti chart every once in a while. You got to overlay a few things to see the relationships. The Fed hasn't been as influential in affecting the mortgage interest rate or the long-term rates as they thought they might be. That green bar didn't help as much. The red line is the CPI inflation rate, and while that's low, and if the market thinks there's not much inflation, then interest rates will stay down. Now you can see there's a little tick up there at the end of the red line. It went from 1.5 to 1.9 last month. We have to see if that's a trend. 1 month, you can tell how volatile all this stuff is. It's hard to go on 1 month's change. So we're waiting to see. We're going to see how that works out. But right now, the best guess is, and that's all you can do with interest rates a lot of times, is just your best guess. Fed's not going to do anything this year. By and large, they got that green line up there because they know there's a recession coming. I'm an economist. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen, but I'm not going to tell you when it's going to happen. We're going to have a recession somewhere, sometime. I mean, it just doesn't, we go in cycles, businesses go up and down, the economy goes up and down. Government could make a bad policy decision. There could be any number of reasons. The capital market, that was the last one. In 07, 08, it was a capital market, debt deflation recession. More than likely, that's going to be the influence on the next one as well. When that's going to happen, it's not clear. But the Federal Reserve did need to have some room to lower rate if it ever happens. So when it happens, they need to be able to lower that rate. And we'll see how it goes and whether it makes any sense or not. Texas, 15 and 16, price of oil went down starting in 14 throughout 15, really hit our economy in 16, down years, 17, good year recovery, 18 better than 17. The bottom line answer for you this morning, is it still morning? Is that 19 is going to probably be better than 18. The rate of increase of that, how much better, is a little bit less. 18 was pretty much better than 17. 19 is going to be a little bit better in terms of rates of increase of GDP growth, production growth, and labor growth. Labor market, of course, is really tight. Here's what we're looking at. The rebound from Harvey continues for the coastal areas of the state. I mean, well, we haven't fixed New Orleans yet, so I'm not sure how long it's going to take to do the whole Harvey, fix up. But that was an important part, especially last year. A lot of money getting pumped into the economy, and all of that added to our state GDP and our state economy's growth. Probably be up about 3.2%. Personal income, that's important. I remember with jobs and income, one of those leading things. Personal income's up 5.3%. People are working. We have very low unemployment in the state and in most of our major metropolitan markets, major being the top 25 MSAs in the state, especially the top 5. We're seeing that. We had that increase. Oil prices were actually better than $70 a barrel until the fourth quarter. That's when they dropped down to about 30. But since then, they have rebounded very quickly, came back up into the 50s, and right now running in between $60 and $65, $66 a barrel. We're in good shape in Texas as long as that price of oil stays, and we think that the price of oil is going to be somewhere between, really between 30 and 100. But probably between 40 and 60. That seems to be a reasonable range. And in fact, the econometric models that we're running at the center to come up with some of the forecasts that I'm reciting to you is based on the price of oil being in that 40, 60, read 50, 55, somewhere in there, as a stabilized price over the course of the year. Yes, it can go up a little bit, it can go down a little bit, but we're looking at sort of the stability there. Jobs, last year we gained over 276,000 jobs, 2.3%. We're going to do about the same, a little less this year, but still nevertheless well. Our population, this is people that make real estate. So I look at numbers change, not percentage changes. Texas was still the 7th fastest growing in terms of percent change, but we were number 1 in terms of number of people being added to our population base. It was just shy, 380,000, 379,000. About 190,000 of that was natural increase. We're a young state. That's important to remember back on the demographics. We're 34.4 years median age in this state. There's only 2 states in the union that are younger in terms of the median age. We only have about 12.3% of our population is 65 and over. And there's only 2 states in the union that have a lower percentage of that 65 and over. I know, I've told you which 2 states before, Scott. He's grinning at me because he's heard it before. Alaska and Utah, yeah. All 8 people in Alaska are younger than we are. And Utah for obvious reasons. The natural increase, though, is not only because of births. The good news that I'm really happy to report is the fact that the good guys, the older people, are living longer. So we're not leaving this quick. But we also, on the immigration part, which is about 50% of that population increase, about half of it, most people don't understand that we actually get more people come here from out of country than we get from other states. And out of country, incidentally, is getting interesting, very interesting. The proportion of new immigrants, foreign immigrants coming into the country that are from Mexico, for example, has declined considerably. It's gone from like almost 40% to about 20% of the total foreign immigration coming into the country. So we're shifting. We're getting much more Asian, Middle Eastern, and European than we've gotten before historically, and that's coming. We're seeing it spread across the state in our major metropolitan areas. Dallas-Fort Worth is getting a share. Houston is one of the most cosmopolitan metropolitan areas in the world. The melting pot scenario, if you will, of the population distribution is exceedingly high. Austin is getting its share, particularly of foreigners from California. And for the high-tech industries moving in there, and San Antonio as well. So, and domestic migration, that's going to probably cut back in the next few years as the other states are improving and have really now actually rebounded completely from the 07-08 recession. They're not sending as many people to us looking for the jobs and so forth like they did back in 2010, 11, 12, 13, and we went through that period of very rapid increase. So it's coming that way. Our economic outlook for this year, we need the U.S. economy to stay at least at that 2.5%, somewhere between 2.5% growth, and we'll be fine. Employment is going to be around a 1.5% to 2% versus 2.3 last year. So you can see the idea is it's kind of slowing down a little bit, but still good. Our state GDP will be about 4 versus 5. That's fine. The energy sector at $40 to $60 a barrel is more or less neutral. It's not going to be the stimulant to the economy that it has been when it was really booming, but at the same time, we're not going to see the fall off we did in 15 and 16 when we saw the price of oil go down. So we're thinking that it's going to be kind of new. The technology within the energy industry has changed so much too. The number of employees per new rig, for example, we used to figure about 220 people per new rig, but now it's down to about 70, 75, something like that. So and the rig count is not as significant because the rigs are different. They don't have to take them down, put them back up, they can just move them over. So the technology of the industry is changing that impact that we get from oil and gas and so on. Exports, Texas is the #1 export state in the union. It is almost 9% of our Texas GDP. It's extremely important to us. So all these trade agreements that are being discussed at the national and international level do have very real significance for Texas. We have to watch out for that. Obviously, our biggest trading partners, Mexico and Canada. We have agreements, but those agreements have not been passed by Congress. So they're not treaties, they're not enforceable. That we're still operating under NAFTA legally. The deal with China, most people don't realize that Dallas-Fort Worth is a port entry city in the United States, and its biggest trading partner is China, not Mexico or China or Canada. So those China agreements do bear a bearing on our Texas economy. They are important. We have to watch out what's going there. Exports and imports right now, we're exporting oil and oil products and so forth. That's important. We'll have to see. Retail sales steady. The Texas Leading Economic Index, this is from the Dallas Fed that you can get. You can see the good news is the little tick up at the end. The downturn was the price of oil declining the last few months of the year, but since then it's been coming back. Here's what the price of oil and the rig count are looking like. You can see again the price of oil declined there in 2018 at that fourth quarter out at the far end of the orange line. The rig count is leveling out. The rig count is probably going to never get back up to those high levels. This is the Texas rig count, incidentally. we just simply don't need the rigs. The technology, the improvements in productivity and efficiency of rigs, we've gone from producing rigs that in 2011 were producing 50, 60, 70 barrels a day. Now the new ones are producing 900, 1,000, 1,200 barrels a day. So you just don't need to build and drill as many oil wells. So the rig count won't be quite as critical. The price of oil is still very important. We think that price of oil is going to be stable as indicated by the futures market. The futures market, the traders, the so-called smart guys in energy are telling us they don't see any difference between the price 2 years from now and today, or a year from now and today. So that's another reason why the stability in the oil prices we think is going to kind of hold through in that 40 to 60 range. And stability is important. It's important for it to stable and not have the kind of volatility and influence our economy as it did. Productivity, monthly Texas oil production in the red, the price of oil in the black on a monthly basis. The point of this is that the fracking industry, starting in 2011 on that graph, as you can see, our production at the state level is just exploded. And right now, Texas, U.S. is #1 oil producer in the world. Texas produces 40% of everything out of the U.S. If and when we become an independent republic again, we'll be the 5th largest oil producer in the world. So that's the reason that oil and energy is so kind of important to our state's economy, and we'll look at it. Annual jobs go up about 2% this year, between 1.5 2. I've used the upper end of the ratio on my graph just to give you an idea of the bars going up. Annual jobs looking forward a few years into the future. If we just go at about a 1.75, 1.8%, somewhere between 1.5 and 2% a year. That's what this trend line, it's just a trend line. It's not really a formal projection or prediction. It's just, if we can sustain that, which is very doable, that's a very sustainable rate of growth. You can see what our increase would look like. We'd add another, 1.1, 1.2 million jobs in the next 5 years to the state's economy. That's adding a lot of people. That's going to add licensees. It's going to have demand for real estate, housing, and then all the commercial real estate, all of the things we had going. Annual employment looking something like that if you want to see it on a little bit longer basis. Our growth, we've added about just shy of 4 million people in the last 9 years since 2010, and about 2.4 million jobs. This is phenomenal. This is extraordinary, really. It really is quite high. The next 5 years, we're projecting or trend extrapolating, if is maybe a better word, population to go up about another 2.5 million people. That's still a lot of people. Again, about half and half between natural increase and immigration, both foreign and domestic, and about 1.1, 1.2 million jobs. That's still phenomenal. Now, that's average. Those are based on some averages. It could be a little better one year and a little worse another year. It never goes in a nice straight line. But just to kind of get a handle. If we have a significant recession on the order of an 07, 08 again, sometime during that 5-year time period from 2019, I got to get in the right century, 2019 to 2023, again, as we did, we kind of averaged it over the 5 years, but it was a real dip and then a real bounce back. So those kind of things get misleading. I just thought you'd like to see what, at least if we have stable growth for the next 5 years, this is what it would look like if we can achieve it. Per capita income, that's another one. People got to make money. They got to make money to buy things. They got to make money to buy houses. They got to make money to rent office space, use warehouse space, you name it. Manufacturing. Household income is an issue. Our nominal household income in the red line, you can see since 2005, has made progress in real terms we haven't made as much progress as you'd like us to do. In the last couple of years, we have finally gotten real income up over the recessionary level, the 05 level. But this is a critical thing, and especially for housing. Our median household income is a little less than the U.S. average. Longer term outlook, population is going to continue to grow. We're going to continue to outpace the U.S. Texas is the leading growth state in the union right now. We've taken over a little bit. Florida is next. That's a state that we do compare to in population. We don't compare very well in almost anything else. But in terms of population growth, it's there. Infrastructure is going to be a big issue in Texas in the long run. We're trying to keep up with the growth. The public sector can never keep up with the private sector when the private sector just explodes and grows the way we have. When we add 5 million people in a few years, you can't build enough schools, you can't build enough roads, you got to build water and sewer treatment plants, and of course we've got a water problem in the state anywhere west of I-35. Those are kinds of issues. We can't even build prisons. We can't build jails. We can't build anything fast enough to keep pace with it and go on. Infrastructure financing. I mentioned interest rates a little bit ago. The last few years have been terrific times to borrow money at low interest rate cost. If you needed to borrow long-term money, we've been there. I don't know how much longer that's going to last. I just don't know how much longer. It's there, private and public demands for funds, and then, of course, the fiscal policy of taxes and taxation. I know our state legislature is not worried at all about taxes right now. Right. So we're facing these dilemmas, and that's true at the national level, the state level, local level. I mean, the conflict is almost between who's going to tax the most, the federal, the state, or the local, and how the tax revenue is going to get divvied up at those levels. Land resources, government regulatory actions. That's one of the reasons our housing values have been going up. Our housing cost in Texas has been rising very quickly. It's been as much or more a function of the land and land costs going up as it doesn't cost that much more. It does cost a little more to build it. The material costs have gone up, labor costs have gone up, but the land has been the big issue. And of course, again, the government. I mentioned government is that overlay there of regulatory control and so forth. Every time a law is made, every time a zoning ordinance is passed, every time anything is done like that, it adds to the cost. It's a cost. It's not to say they're not needed or they're not good things to do. It's just you got to recognize there'll be an economic cost to doing these things. And then, of course, money, capital markets. These are our longer-term outlook issues that we're looking at. Real quick, I'll go through some demographics. Most of you have seen this before. From 2010 to 2017 by county, you can see our state has enjoyed population growth, but it has not been universal around the state. Over 91 counties have actually lost population since 2010. That's the red-colored counties there in the diagram. I threw in I-35. 9 out of 10 Texans live east of I-35. And two out of 3 live in one of the 5 major urban areas: San Antonio, Austin, Fort Worth, Dallas, and Houston. So the concentration, we're an urban state, even though, and despite the fact, we have the largest rural population of any state in the union, we are still, percentage-wise, predominantly an urban state. And it's going to be, look, some of the urban triangle of I-45, I-35, and I-10 that connect the major markets there is where all of the growth is going. The 2010 census, when we looked at the difference from 2000 to 2010 and then projected it on out, gives you the red line. The state demographer's office in November or October actually, revised that downward a little bit. That's the green line. And the State Water Development Board is using the purple line as their projection, just because that's important. What the Water Board does and what our water resources do, I thought was important. So we look at, nobody's consistent. No, you think that we'd all have the same projections, but we don't. It's a little bit different. We added about 14 million people between 1970 and 2010, a 40-year time period. Between the next 40 years, 2010 to 2050, we're going to probably add somewhere between about 20 to 30 million people. So it's a faster rate of growth. That's a lot of folks, and I-35 is a good example out here. I'm sure you all drive that all the time and have so much fun going up and down I-35. Just think of it this way. I mean, our state population between 2010 and 2050 is roughly going to double. It's roughly going to double. So in a simplistic way of thinking of things, everything we've got in the state's got to double. Everything's got to double. Roadways, schools, houses, apartments, office buildings. Now, it won't work out exactly percentage-wise that way, but it's a way of thinking about what this impact is going to be and how it's going to be for the next 30, 40 years, because we're already 8 years into the 40-year period. So it's kind of interesting to see. Here's the projection by 2050 by county, the county growth. You can see the corridor, the I-35 corridor coming in, filling in, the Metroplex in the North Texas, Houston area expanding. And then, of course, we have the pockets. We've got Amarillo, Lubbock, and Midland over there, and then El Paso on the far west. Sort of the isolated market centers in the other areas of the state, and then down into the valley from Laredo down to Brownsville filling in. So you can see how that growth, again, it's just, again, 90% of that growth is expected to occur in that urban center or urban triangle of Texas. That's throwing a lot of people into a relatively, it's still a large area. Land area is still a large area, but it's relatively small area. So we'll have to see. I appreciate very much the opportunity to come and do this with you. I think we may do this again. I hope if you would like, just let us know. Any questions?
Any questions? I might add these slides can be made available to the commissioner, correct?
We put them on your machine.
Okay, very good, very good. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Gaines. I want to, while Mr. Gaines and Mr. Mailer are here, I'd like to go to agenda item 38. The Real Estate Commission and the Research Center have worked hand in hand over the last several years developing courses for Legal One, broker responsibility, some inspector courses. We have a memorandum of understanding that was in your packet, and I would entertain a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding as revised and as sent in your packet. If there's any motions or...
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion about the MOU between the Research Center and the Texas Real Estate Commission? Mr. Olmix, anything you'd like to add or anything? I'm sorry, Jan Fight Miller, sorry.
I know that it has been hard for me to get into the courses for broker responsibility training so that I could then teach it. If those could be offered a few more times, or if that could be researched, I think that would be helpful. And also for legal and ethics, for the train the trainers. Those are pretty limited, and I've traveled twice to get to them.
So noted. I will second that thought, being way out of I-35. Mr. Olmix.
I was just going to, so the MOU does talk about the number of times that the courses need to be offered and when they're offered. Obviously, the further away you get from the course being current, when a brand new course is preparing to be offered, there's a substantial number of opportunities immediately before that for instructors to qualify by taking those classes. And then each one of those courses is of course good for 2 years. And so in the next, during the next year, it needs to be offered. I believe the timing that is listed for these is, sorry.
I believe it's under F at least 4 times.
Yeah, that's right.
There's a minimum of 4, but not a maximum.
And then, so that's covered in the MOU. And I know that the center is always looking for that opportunity if there's, to make a class. You know, if you have sufficient interest in making a class, they can't provide the classes. They can't lose money offering the classes, I guess is the point. So like all other education providers, they need to gauge demand and then try to, of course, move them around this very large state. So.
Okay, we had a motion, a second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. MOU is now agreed upon between Research Center and Texas
Chair
State
Kestner, can you just verify who was the second? Bob. Okay. Commissioner Leonard.
Thank you all for journeying into our meeting. I will now open up for a public comment. Agenda item number 11. 3 minutes. And if we can limit that to 3 minutes. And please introduce yourself and
Hi, Joel Norris from Pearson VUE. I'm the Senior Account Manager at Pearson VUE. We are the test development delivery vendor for the Commission. Our contract started in 2014. We're getting into our last contract term right now. Myself and my colleagues are actually in Austin and San Antonio this week for about 5 meetings, so it's sort of fortuitous that we're able to do this. I have a couple of remarks and a couple of invitations for the Commission. First off, congratulations to Jennifer and Jennifer. One Jennifer is still here on your promotions. We're delighted to work with the department. This is a very demanding department to work with. We work with about 18 different states in the real estate realm. We work with plenty of others in state agency licensing services all over the country. The leadership of the department and the requirements from the department are top-notch. Executive Director Oldmixon is a very prominent presence at Arello and is certainly helping to shape the national conversations concerning policy and regulation in the field. One of the things that we wanted to make sure we were able to do while we were in town was extend the opportunity for the Commission to observe, if you wish, our content development meetings that we hold. Typically that's done at the end of every year. We'd also like to invite you to one of our test centers for a tour if you would like to do that. If there is interest in seeing what those services entail, because really that gets to the heart of what we do, both in terms of supporting the test development process for your real estate examinations, which run salesperson, broker, appraiser, and inspector. If you really want to see how the sausage is made, this is where to do it at. And then in addition to that, we have a number of different test centers all over the state, which we would invite you to attend if you would like to see how our operations work there. That does require preliminary notice. While we have secret shoppers and auditors that will go into those sites, if you simply show up at one of our test centers uninvited while testing is taking place, they will kick you out. So and that is their obligation. That's part of the security of protecting your examination and your intellectual property. But we would be delighted to do that for you. If you are interested in obtaining more information about that, you can contact the department for our contact information. I'll remain for a little bit after the meeting as well, but we'd be delighted to do it. Any comments or questions?
Well, don't think so. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Stan Harbuckle.
Thank you. What an extraordinary meeting. Appreciate there's no moss growing under your feet, and all of you are quick studies, including the new members, and your conscientiousness is mind-boggling because I can see all of you, your pistons are all in order and running in tune with the engine. I have a lot of appreciation for that. And I also wanted to congratulate Tony and Robert on what looks like a big turnaround. That's pretty impressive. And so congratulations on these successes that you've made since the Sunset Commission report. Chairman Kestner and Commissioners of the Texas Real Estate Commission, all of us were surprised by the thoroughness of this last round of Sunset Commission review, and at the same time, the Sunset Commission can and often does review anything and everything that a regulatory body does in the interim period in between Sunset Commission reports, including more meticulous monitoring, as you may be aware, the last 2 years before the period, which in our case ends in about 5.5 years, I think. It's clear that the Sunset Commission treats its standards and what they call across-the-board policies, which together I like to just call Sunset Commission principles. They take it seriously. It's also clear that regulatory boards are far better positioned for their next review if the boards become more aware of the sunset principles and direct staff to prove that proposed rules comply with those principles and do whatever is necessary to ask for changes to be made to the rules when they do not comply. TREC rules changes can affect anywhere from hundreds to tens of thousands of prospective or existing licensees in Texas. It seems like in the past, many rules have gone through the rulemaking process pretty quickly. There's nothing wrong with taking our time trying to make sure that we're making good rules that also satisfy the Sunset Commission principles. While some of us on the outside looking in may not be around when the next full report comes out, know that we support you in your efforts to do the right thing and promote good government by complying with the sunset principles and holding off doing anything that looks like it's that's an important issue that's coming before you until you've had a chance to review it. What you decide here will become your legacy, as the Sunset Commission report and the last report essentially did for the commission at that time. Some of the Sunset Commissions admittedly involve legal issues that I think for most people, even attorneys, I think, kind of ponder where they're going and what they mean. And I'd recommend that if you decide to have some of the more complicated Sunset Commission principles reviewed by, say, your executive committee or another specially designated committee, that you have at least one of the members on that of the policy-making commission, an attorney, one of you that's an attorney, on it to help better evaluate the rules that are being proposed. I think even if it's possible that you could even have, like the executive committee or whatever committee you would like to put together, just review rules that either you've decided or commenters have suggested relate to a specific principle in the Sunset Commission. Even that would be helpful. You don't have to do it to all the rules, but if there's a comment that says, hey, this is a Sunset Commission issue, this is their standard that affects that and so forth, even that would be a huge deal. So, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about what I've suggested here, if you have any.
No, sir, and we thank you for your input. And I believe we also have you later on a couple agenda items later in the meeting. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good work.
It is now 12:30. We will now go into executive session to discuss pending litigation, obtain advice from legal counsel on agenda items pursuant to Government Code 551.071 and personnel matters, pursuant to the Texas Government Code 551.074. We expect to remain in executive session for approximately an hour and 45 minutes. The time is 2:40. 2:35. I'd like to thank everybody for being patient. Executive went a little longer than we thought, but thank you. We're calling this session back in order. We're on agenda item number 13, consideration for possible action regarding proposal for decisions on the SOA docket, and I'm going to pass the gavel to Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, at this time, looking at agenda item 13, A, SOA docket number 329-18-4084.REC TREC versus Ashley E. Williams.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, this agenda item concerns consideration regarding the proposal for decision in the matter of TREC versus Ashley Williams. The proposal for decision is before you, and the ALJ is recommending revocation of the license and imposition of an administrative penalty in the amount of $122,000.
Mr. Morris.
Mark Moore, Standards and Enforcement Services. This one, Commissioners Leonard and Turner may remember because the Enforcement Committee took the extraordinary step of temporarily suspending Ms. Williams' license back in February of 2018. And as you can see, once something gets docketed with the State Office of Administrative Hearings, it can take a while for it to get to final resolution. We agree with this decision. It was a property management case where what happens sometimes about every year or two, we see one like this where a property manager just breaks bad. We don't really know why. It's going to be lavish lifestyle, bankruptcy, substance abuse, divorce, and we get 5, 10, 15, 20 cases, 30, 40 even. This PFD has 15 cases. You can also see an item, agenda item 14, you actually have 4 recovery fund cases. And at the last meeting, you approved payment of another recovery fund case. She did not pay that, so she was revoked on March 5th. So she's already revoked, so all that's really before you is the penalty on that as well, because she was revoked for not paying the recovery fund by law on that. If you all have any questions, I'm available to answer it, as well as the lawyer on the case. We do agree with the proposal for decision.
Any questions for Mr. Moore? Okay, Ms. Williams, are you here? Is anyone here on behalf of Ms. Williams? All right. Do I have a motion on agenda item 13A?
Mr. Chairman, or excuse me, Commissioner Turner, I move that on item 13A that we adopt the PDF as written.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of adopting the proposal for decision as written, please say aye.
Aye.
Moving on to agenda item 13B, SOA docket number 329-185103.REC, TREC versus Joseph Charles Cole II.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, this item is consideration of a proposal for decision coming to you from the SOA Administrative Law Judge in the matter of TREC versus Mr. Cole, and the recommendation before you is to revoke the license.
Mr. Moore.
The next 4 cases are background history cases. Those are the most common cases you'll see before you. It's usually an application. This one's different because it's a real estate broker who committed a felony. As the PFD demonstrates, this was a very serious felony. It was first degree. That's as bad as you get. It was a misapplication of fiduciary property over $200,000. That's a fancy word basically for theft. What this person had is other people's money, like a trust account, and he took it and got punished. One thing we need to point out in these criminal history cases, we're not here to punish people. The criminal justice system does that. We're here to look at the conduct, what the person actually did. And when someone basically takes money, they really should not any longer receive the privilege of holding a license, which is why we recommended revocation, and we do agree with the proposal for decision in this case. If you have any questions, I'm available, as well as the attorney on the case.
Any questions for Mr. Moore about the Cole case? Mr. Cole, are you present, or is anyone here on Mr. Cole's behalf? Do I have a motion on this item?
I move to accept the PDF as written.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All right. All those in favor of adopting the proposal for decision as written, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to agenda item 13C, SOA docket number, I guess you've been introducing these, aren't you, Kristen? You can read all that stuff.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, before you in agenda item 13C is consideration of the proposal for decision from the SOA Administrative Law Judge in the matter of Clifford Hugh Bowden Jr. versus TREC. The ALJ's recommendation is to deny the sales agent license application.
Mr. Moore.
And this is the most common type of case you'll see before you, an applicant with criminal history, and that was one ground. The other ground was he also owes a civil judgment. So there's a number of things we look at to judge an applicant's honesty, trustworthy, and integrity. And again, we're not punishing them for the past conduct, for the criminal justice violations. We're just saying they're not fit to hold a license because they've demonstrated through their conduct that they're not fit to hold that license. On this one, it was a federal offense. It was a false entry of bank records. He still owes $188,000 in restitution on this. And then he also, a second ground, also had a civil judgment of about $100,000. He was 48 years old when he committed the offense. We do agree with the decision, and I'm available to answering questions as well as the lawyer on the case.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Bowden, are you here, or is anyone here on Mr. Bowden's behalf? Okay. Do I have a motion regarding 13C?
I move to adopt the PDF as written.
Second.
Okay. For the record, it's PFD, Proposal for Decision. That's the second time I've heard PDF, but that's okay. That's what we're all thinking about, our extensions on computer documents. So Proposal for Decision. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of adopting the PFD, Proposal for Decision as written, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 13D. Ms. Warman, no problem.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, before you in Agenda Item 13D is consideration of the proposal for decision in the matter of Marjorie Montalvo versus TREC. In this case, the administrative law judge recommends approval of the license application for a sales agent license. For the record, if there are any commissioners who need to recuse themselves in this matter or any other matters, you may do so.
I recuse myself on this case.
Any others? Okay, Mr. Moore.
This is probably the hardest case before you on this one. Ms. Montalvo engaged in unlicensed activity for about 5.5 years. And as you may know, unlicensed activities, one of the most serious violations that the Real Estate Commission looks at is the highest tier of penalties of $1,000 to $5,000. And it's also one of the few violations that's actually a crime on there. It is a Class A misdemeanor. On this one, it is unusual in that she was accused of this unlicensed activity. We found evidence of it, and she entered into an agreed order with us, admitted some of the conduct in 6 or more unlicensed activity. We actually found at least 47. There were probably more. And it's a really unusual case in that she pretended to be her daughter who was a license holder. She did pay a $10,000 penalty. She did comply with the agreed order, and she did wait 3 years before applying. Where we think the judge got it wrong, and I think he got it real wrong, was he didn't even consider a probationary license in this situation, which to me I think at the least they would do if someone engaged in a licensed activity for 5.5 years. And the commission has always been strictest when looking at real estate related conduct, and this was 100% real estate related conduct. And where the judge, if I may be blunt, completely blew it, is he acted like this was double jeopardy, like she's already been tried for this, and that's not the case at all. Otherwise, we would never look at any of these criminal history cases. We're looking at the conduct, and we're now, for the first time, the commission is judging this person's honesty, trustworthy, integrity, and the fact she engaged in this fraud, this masquerading as her daughter for 5.5 years, to me, that makes it less likely that she's honest or that she meets this fitness check. So we disagree with the decision. If I may, Ms. Mayo, the attorney on the case would like to say a few words as well.
Sure.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Pim Mayo, and I'm the attorney who represented the Commission in this case. I think one of the most disturbing things about this case is Ms. Montalvo has never been honest with the Commission regarding the extent of her unlicensed activity. Back in 2013, when the Commission received a complaint against Ms. Montalvo and investigated her, the broker of record only produced 6 commission disbursement authorizations showing Ms. Montalvo collected commissions on residential transactions. Ms. Montalvo refused to be interviewed by a TREC investigator, and she also refused to submit anything in writing regarding her unlicensed activity. In 2014, just before Ms. Montalvo signed the agreed order admitting to, quote, 6 or more instances of unlicensed activity, the broker of record produced documents detailing many more transactions involving Ms. Montalvo. We provided this evidence at our hearing. However, the SOA judge did not admit the exhibit. Ms. Montalvo's attorney opposed admission of the exhibit on the grounds of relevance, and the judge sustained the objection, so the exhibit was not admitted. We found this to be odd, particularly because in cases where we are looking at criminal background of applicants, police reports are often admitted to show the nature and circumstance regarding the underlying crime. When applying for the license that's the subject of this current case, Ms. Montalvo still was not forthcoming with regard to the extent of her unlicensed activity. On her application, she merely stated, quote, "I assisted several buyers," end quote. Ms. Montalvo's lawyer stated at the outset of our hearing that Ms. Montalvo was going to testify, however, she never did. It appears to me that if Ms. Montalvo has not detailed, it appears to me, I'm so sorry. Ms. Montalvo has not detailed the extent of her unlicensed activity because if she did, we would be shocked by the truth of it. How can we say Ms. Montalvo has the requisite honesty, trustworthiness, and integrity to hold a real estate license when she has never been honest with us? Thanks.
Ms. Foreman.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, as staff acknowledged in the presentation, much of the evidence that she read into the record to you today was not admitted at the SOA hearing. The SOA ALJ refused to admit the exhibit with that information, and you cannot consider any of that information in the decision today.
Thank you. Mr. Moore or Ms. Mayo, forgive me. First of all, is Ms. Montalvo here today? Or is Ms. Montalvo's counsel or anyone on behalf of Ms. Montalvo here today? I have a question.
I may need help, but I'll see if I can
That's
answer.
fine. I'd like to know if you all are aware of any instances in the past where we have taken some administrative action against a potential licensee or a licensee, and that licensee or potential licensee has complied with that administrative action, and we've later used that same conduct as the basis to take some kind of adverse action against the license or to deny a later license application, as we did in this case. Do we have any precedent in that regard as an agency?
No, I'm not aware of one that's been before the commission. We have in the past treated, if someone has failed to comply with an agreed order, this person complied with it. So we realize it makes it tougher, and they paid $10,000, which is, we calculated about $212 per profitable transaction.
Well, and to be fair, I understand your comparison, your analogy when you say we look at past criminal conduct where somebody was prosecuted and they met all their probationary requirements or paid their civil penalties, et cetera, and we still consider that conduct. So I understand that, but I'm still looking for precedent, and we don't have any. Okay.
No, then we realize that, yeah, this is a difficult case for that reason.
Ms. Mayo.
I did have an application case of a broker who entered into an agreed order with the commission. He admitted to violations of the act and also failed to pay the administrative penalty. However, the PFD for denial was based on both the violations underlying in the agreed order and the failure to pay the administrative penalty. It wasn't just one thing or the other. The judge did put both things in her PFD.
Okay. Any other questions or comments, Mr. Olmix?
I was just going to suggest, I thought we had a case a few years back where a broker had entered into an agreed order, agreed revocation or something, and then came back. It was for a business entity. Do you recall that one? And then we denied it again because he had stolen a bunch of money.
That's correct, and I do recall that one.
Remember that one?
Raymond worked on that one, yes.
Yeah, so we had that issue. So he did comply, but we successfully prevented him from, or this body said, no, you cannot have a license, an individual license again.
Was that case referenced in or cited in the materials that are in front of the commission today, or were in front of the SOA judge? Okay. No. I mean, I asked, so thank you, Doug, but I guess that's also outside the record.
Well, a precedent can be considered, because that's more like
correct.
Cases.
Okay. Any more questions or comments? Do I have a motion on agenda item D?
Moved to adopt the PFD as amended by the ALJ.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. Any discussion? I have some discussion. I would like to direct staff to look at drafting some rules that allow or would allow, if passed, the consideration of previous administrative actions by the agency in the case of an applicant, regardless of whether or not those administrative actions were complied with as a basis for denial of license, if they're of such quality that we would deem them as such. Okay, well, I'm not aware of any, or they weren't properly cited in the record that I saw today. So I'd like the opportunity to definitely know we have the authority to do that in the future. And tell me if I'm wrong, forgive, let's have an email or something later. But motion second, all those in favor of adopting the PFD as written, or excuse me, as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 13E. Ms. Buckholz.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, in Agenda Item 13E, for consideration before you is a proposal for decision in the matter of TREC versus Alejandro Cano. The Administrative Law Judge recommendation is to deny the broker application.
This is an application case. The only thing that's slightly unusual about it is that it's a sales agent applying for a broker's license. He did receive a probationary license because he had past history. It was older, and it was deferred adjudication. In the meantime, in between that probationary order and his application for a broker license, though, he committed another criminal offense. So we did not think he was ready yet for a broker and did not meet the honesty, trust, or the integrity check required for this. The judge agreed. We do agree with the decision and recommend its adoption. And I'm available for questions as well as a lawyer on the case.
Okay. Any questions for staff?
I have one.
Commissioner Leonard.
So and I'm really kind of getting this into the record. So what we do here today, regardless of which way it goes, does not really directly impact his salesperson's license?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff? Mr. Cano, are you present, or is anyone here on Mr. Cano's behalf? All right, at this time, I'll entertain a motion.
I move we adopt the PFD.
Okay, we have a motion to adopt the PFD as written. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor, any discussion? Okay. All those in favor of adopting the proposal for decision as written on agenda item 13, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
We'll move on to agenda item 14, discussion and possible action to authorize settlement of recovery fund claims or take action on. And Kristen Werman, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, before you in agenda item 14 are several recovery fund claims, and I would like to note that agenda item 14A will be pulled, and that matter has been settled to the satisfaction of the claimant, so they are not seeking any additional relief from the recovery fund. The next item before you is recovery fund claim number 18001, Molina versus George Wilburn, DBA Mission Custom Homes et al.
In Recovery Fund 18001, Maria Molina and CPR Covent Realty, I will entertain a motion, a recommendation.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we authorize settlement payment of $40,000.
A motion, a second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor of the made recommendation, say aye.
Aye.
Any against? Recommendation carries.
The next item on the agenda is Recovery Fund Claim Number 18007, Maria Brooks versus John Paul Perez and 210 Real Estate Group, LLC.
The Chair will entertain a recommendation on Recovery Fund 18007, Brooks Gutierrez versus 21 Realty Group.
Mr. Chair, I move that we authorize payment of $9,164 in actual damages plus interest, court costs, and reasonable attorney's fees.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Recommendation carries.
The next item on the agenda, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, is Recovery Fund Claim Number 19-007, Alan Bauman versus Angela Fowler and Region Realty, Inc.
In reference number Recovery Fund 19007, Bauman versus Angela Fowler, Region Realty, the chair will entertain a recommendation.
I move to authorize payment of $1,856 in actual damages plus interest, court costs, and reasonable attorney's fees.
Motion a second. Have a motion a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
The next agenda item before you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, is Recovery Fund Claim Number 010, Markovich versus Zars and Rogers Realtors et al.
Mr. Chair, I will have to recuse myself in this.
Okay, please note, reference number 19010, Recovery Fund, Markovich versus ours. Chair would entertain a recommendation.
Mr. Chair, I move that we authorize staff to continue settlement negotiations with Mr. and Mrs. Markovich and their counsel, and that we provide the executive committee with the authority to approve any settlement recommended by staff if settlement is reached prior to our next quarterly meeting.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, the remaining 4 Recovery Fund cases, RF 19006, RF 19008, RF 19009, and RF 19012. Agenda items 14F, G, H, and I are all against one license holder, Ashley Williams, a.k.a. Ashley Williams Creamer or Ashley Creamer.
Okay, reference Recovery Fund 19006, Ashley Williams versus Lee Warren, 19008, Ashley Williams versus Dwayne Ellington and Kimberly Hooten, 19009, Ashley Williams, a.k.a. Ashley Kramer versus Bigfoot, and Recovery Fund 19012, Ashley Williams versus David Goldenson. Chair would seek a recommendation.
Mr. Chair, I'd recommend in Recovery Fund item 19006, Warren versus Williams, I'd move that we authorize payment of $30,519.39 in actual damages. I'd move that we, and this is all one motion, forgive me, 19008, Ellington versus Williams, authorize payment of $27,068.25 in actual damages to be split between the claimants as follows: $15,601.66 to Kimberly and Lance Hooten, and $11,466.59 to Dwayne Ellington. In item 19009, Bigfoot Place versus Williams, that we authorize payment of $24,280.92 in actual damages. And in 19012, Gunnislian versus Williams, that we authorize payment of $9,771.07 in actual damages.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, moving to agenda item 15, discussion and possible action to adopt amendments to section 22, motion for rehearing. Christian is back up here.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, this agenda item is to adopt amendments to 22 TAC 533.8, the rule regarding motions for rehearing. The amendments to this rule clarify the methods for filing a motion for rehearing with the Commission by adding the email address and facsimile number to which a motion for rehearing may be sent. No comments were received on the amendments as proposed, and staff recommends authorizing staff to submit the amendments for adoption as presented to the Texas Register, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for adoption.
Move that the commission approve the staff's recommendation.
Second.
Motion and a second that the commission approve the staff's recommendation. All in favor? I'm sorry, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item number 16.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, agenda item 16 is the discussion and possible action to adopt amendments to Rule 535.141, initiation of investigation. The amendments to this rule change the caption of this section to clarify that this section also includes order requirements in addition to investigation. The amendments also add language to clarify how the agency prioritizes complaint investigations as required in Texas Occupation Code 1101.204. The amendments remove existing language from subsection B, since that language is included in new rule coming up in the next agenda item, and the amendments correct a typographical error by inserting a missing period to the end of subsection F. No comments were received on these proposed amendments. Staff recommends that the Commission authorize staff to submit for adoption amendments to 22 TAC, Section 535.141, initiation of investigation as presented to the Texas Register, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for adoption.
Seek a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move the commission approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, motion carries.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, agenda item 17 is the discussion and possible action to adopt amendments to adopt new Rule 535.142, Consumer Complaint Processing. This new rule specifies the steps to be followed by the Commission when processing and investigating consumer complaints. This new section also includes language from Section 535.161 in this chapter, which is being recommended for repeal. No comments were received on the amendments as published, and staff recommends that the Commission authorize staff on behalf of the Commission to submit for adoption new 22 TAC Section 535.142 Consumer Complaint Processing as presented to the Texas Register, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for adoption.
Okay, prior to a motion, I did have a public meeting comment form filled out by Grant Hopholt with Houston Association of Realtors. He will please limit comments no more than 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for allowing me to speak. So I really, my comment is related, if you'll look at K, which is near the end of the proposed rule, and I guess my question or concern is, it says that an advisory letter will be provided or written or given, and so I want to be sure that this is not based on a violation or something that suggests that the license holder has violated the rule, because that advisory letter would be given without the benefit of due process to that particular license holder. And what kind of made me think that is, if you look at L, advisory letters also would be given, or is a possibility, whether by agreement or by virtue of a violation after a hearing, has a reason or has a ways of adjudicating that matter. In L, you see advisory letter has a means of doing that. So in K, my concern is that the advisory letter is not something given to the license holder based upon a violation without having the license holder the chance of due process and to address that in a hearing or by settlement or some sort of means without just a unilateral violation issued.
Okay. Thank you. Christian, would you like to address that? And we appreciate your comments and concerns.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. In subsection K, the advisory letter to be issued under that subsection would be issued by staff when it determines that the conduct complained about is not necessarily a violation of the rules, but the respondent in the matter could have done better. So it is not formal disciplinary action that is taken against the license holder. It's just an advisory letter that seeks to educate the respondent on what could have been done better in those circumstances. So there would certainly be no due process violation because this advisory letter is not finding a violation.
Do we do this right now?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And to be clear, if you issue an advisory letter, it's not going to be affecting any substantive right of the licensee. It's merely a finger wag, so to speak.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Scott?
Is it appropriate for me to ask a question?
Yes.
I just wonder, is this more of a warning, the advisory letter? Is that what you would say?
Yes, that's a good way to characterize it. It's simply a warning that we find that you didn't violate any rules or statutes that the commission is charged with enforcing, but we think that the complainant has a point that maybe you should have done better.
Have you had many cases like this?
Yes, actually we have several cases like this.
Commissioner Miller.
Does the advisory letter stay in somebody's file then? And if you had a future violation because they had gotten an advisory letter, that would count further against them?
The advisory letter would stay in the files of the commission, and it could be considered depending on what the future violation is. And I think Mr. Moore can address that more specifically as the director of the Enforcement Division.
Yes, it is a warning letter. Yes, almost every agency does some form of that, and obviously even police officers do things like this as well. It does stay in the file for 10 years, and it could be evidence in the future of a violation if it's a pattern of conduct. At that point, if we sought formal discipline, then of course you would have a right to a hearing on that.
Mr. Moore, I'm sorry, may I be recognized? Is there any kind of provision that a certain number of advisory letters, if you receive a certain number of advisory letters, then you're subject to disciplinary action or some other like threshold of those, just the advisory letters that can be reached before?
No, but if I look at a file and I see someone has 10 advisory letters and no discipline, that would certainly be a red flag for me as the enforcement director that maybe we need to look more closely. Or it could just be that they do thousands of transactions. Most people are happy, just like as if I get stopped for speeding and someone writes me a warning, I'm pretty darn happy. Not that that's ever happened, but if it does, you generally, so most times we give an advisory letter, usually people, most of the time, prefer that to formal discipline. Every now and then someone does complain and said, how can I get rid of this? Yeah.
I guess the concern is you see, somebody receives an advisory letter, it gets their attention, they stop doing what they're doing. I don't know if they realize it is in their file. When I get a warning speeding on the freeway, they don't save that in my file for the next officer to see I got a warning. And I think that's the concern is when they receive the advisory letter, do they have the opportunity for any due process to argue the fact, or is it just going in their file for enhancement? I guess that's what the concern is, enhancing something they do later.
It's a valid point that if you go before a judge and there's evidence that you've done this before and you've received a letter in your file, that could certainly be evidence of a pattern of conduct. And there's certainly, okay, this agency treated you fairly. They told you what would be the problem here and warned you about it. So yes, that could be considered that as an enhancement. It's not formal discipline though. Even though it stays in their file. And the last paragraph of our form does say this will stay in your file and will be considered evident, or not evidence. There's actual wording on it that says may consider it in the future if you do the same thing again. Advertising is real common.
Okay. Other questions?
I hate to
Commissioner
move
Wilkinson.
forward on something that I think I'm still questioning. So I don't know how we would, if we could maybe put this on the back burner, or could we amend the motion, or?
The chair will entertain a motion,
The commission could entertain a change to the motion. There is the option to approve staff's recommendations with the following changes. So if you'd like me to go into what changes could be considered, or you could remand this to the Enforcement Committee. It is coming to you from the Enforcement Committee to implement recommendations from the Sunset Commission. So that's the genesis of this new rule.
That makes a lot of sense, and I didn't realize that, so that's good. Good to know.
Is a motion?
Move that the commission approve the staff's recommendation.
Second.
Discussion?
I don't have a problem with the theory of the advisory letter. I think it's a very efficient use of the agency's time and means. My issue is what was raised is now using it later to enhance or to prejudice somebody at a different date with that letter in the file. That perhaps simply the rule should be that the advisory letter can be used later at a later date against that particular license holder on a violation that's brought down the road.
Understand, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that the underlying case in which a respondent receives an advisory letter is investigated. So that respondent has an opportunity to talk with the investigators, to talk with the attorney about the resolution of the case. And so to the extent that an advisory letter is issued and the case is dismissed, as Mr. Moore explained, there is language in the advisory letter that explains that this letter can be used if the commission were to receive a future complaint involving the same conduct. So the license holder is on notice that the letter can be used, and that is the key component of due process.
I guess, thank you for that clarification. They're notified of it, the investigation goes on, they're issued an advisory letter. Is there an appellate process once that happens?
Certainly, if the commission decides that they want to issue an advisory letter, the respondent could request a hearing on the case to get the commission to prove up the violation. No? No. Okay.
So there is no appeal from the advisory letter?
The advisory letter.
Yeah, there's no formal appeal process, but people often write letters back and it gets escalated, and we will look at the arguments and see whether it's appropriate or not. So there is a period to go from a lawyer to a team leader to me is what can happen.
I'm going to back up. So an advisory complaint is filed, whatever investigation is done, an advisory letter is sent, and I'm going to use the words mutual consent between the commission and who receives the advisory letter that this is the full penalty or punitive action for that?
It's not an agreement. No, they don't necessarily have to agree with it, no. It's just our opinion on it, and that's the weight it would be given if it was used again in a later hearing. It would just be our opinion. You receive this letter, it's just normal evidence on that too. And the fact finder can give it whatever weight they choose in a hearing where you have due process.
So the plaintiff would have no recourse beyond receiving the letter?
Mr. Chair, if I might just kind of cast this in a different light, the advisory letter is not formal discipline. lots of times it's used when there is an investigation and there's insufficient evidence. It's a he said, she said. No one knows. But the point going forward is if this license holder is out there in the public continuing to work, the Enforcement Division wants to educate that no matter what the circumstances are here, the proper way to follow the rule is XYZ. Having educated that license holder, it's only fair to say if that conduct is repeated, a violation occurs, based on what they were specifically in writing told, if you do this, this is a violation, not you did this, therefore you violated. But if these circumstances were saying, and if you did this, this would be a violation, a better way to do it is XYZ, then I think it's fair to say in a subsequent complaint on the exact same action to say, we educated you on this. Why are you still doing that? And I think that's valid. And I think that's the purpose of keeping it in their file.
Commissioner Turner.
I guess I could bring a point of order. We have a motion and a second. If there's any further discussion, I'll just reiterate that we did look at these in Enforcement Committee. We brought these rules under scrutiny in that committee and then brought them forward, and we're past the comment period. This is for adoption, so these have been out there in the public airing for 4 months.
Okay. We have a motion, a second. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 18.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, before you in Agenda Item 18 is discussion and possible action to adopt the repeal of 22 TAC Section 535.161, failing to provide information. The repeal is necessary because the language for this rule is being included in new rule Section 535.142, Consumer Complaint Processing, that you just adopted in the previous agenda item, and this section is not referenced in any other section in this chapter or the Commission rules. No comments were received on the proposed repeal, and staff recommends that the Commission authorize staff on behalf of the Commission to submit for adoption the repeal of 22 TAC Section 535.161, failing to provide information as presented to the Texas Register, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for adoption.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Second.
A motion, a second. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 19.
Good afternoon, Carrie Lewis, General Counsel for the last commission meeting. This is a discussion and possible action to propose amendments to 22 TAC Section 531.3 competency. The proposed amendments clarify the definition of competency to conform with recent changes to the rule on broker responsibility, which requires brokers to ensure their sponsored agents have geographic and property type competence. Staff's recommendation is that the Commission authorize staff to submit the proposed amendments to 22 TAC Section 531.3 competency, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for proposal to the Texas Register for publication and public comment.
Commissioner Wilkinson, I would entertain a motion for 19.
I would move that the Commission approve the staff's recommendation.
Second.
I have a motion, second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Agenda item 20.
Discussion and possible action to propose amendments to 22 TAC Section 535.43 Education Standards Advisory Committee. The proposed amendments extends the existence of the committee to 2025 to mirror the next sunset review of the Commission. Staff's recommendation is that staff is authorized on behalf of the commission to submit the proposed amendments to 22 TAC Section 535.43 Education Standards Advisory Committee, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for proposal to the Texas Register for publication and public comment.
Commissioner Miller, will entertain a motion.
I move that the commission approve staff's recommendation.
Motion?
Second.
Got a motion, second. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor, say aye.
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 Agenda item number 21.
This is the discussion and possible action to propose amendments to 22 TAC Section 535.61, approval of providers of qualifying course. The proposed amendments to this section add clarifying terms or timeframes for greater understanding and compliance. The proposed amendments also provides that a provider cannot enroll students in a course 60 days before the expiration of the provider's approval unless they have submitted an application for a subsequent approval at least 60 days prior to the expiration. This will offer greater protection for students who enroll in courses near the end of the provider's approval term and give providers a way to avoid any business disruption when applying for subsequent approval. This rule was reviewed and recommended for proposal by the Education Standards Advisory Committee. Staff's recommendation is to authorize staff on behalf of the Commission to submit the proposed amendments to 22 TAC Section 535.61, approval of providers of qualifying course, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for proposal, to the Texas Register for publication and public comment.
Chair will entertain a motion. Commissioner Hargrave.
I'd move that we approve staff recommendation.
Have a second? I've got a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We just skipped discussion, but okay. Motion carries. Agenda item number 21.
22.
22.
22 is discussion and possible action to propose amendments to 22 TAC Section 535.65, responsibilities and operation of providers of qualifying courses, and 22 TAC Section 535.75, responsibilities and operations of continuing education providers. The proposed amendments to Section 65 adds that a provider must provide a hyperlink or URL to the TREC website when displaying exam passage rates in any advertisement. This will ensure that consumers can verify the most current passage rate figures and related information for any or all providers. In addition, amendments to Section 535.65 eliminates the waiting period before retesting for students who fail a course exam, leaving the decision as to remedial coursework before the retest to the providers. Finally, Section 535.65 was updated to reflect the changes made to Section 535.63, which we'll talk about shortly, due to the Sunset Committee Advisory Report directive that instructors of qualifying courses be approved by providers and not licensed by the Commission. But the Commission will retain the ability to set qualifications and standards of instructors for TREC-approved courses. The proposed amendment to Section 535.75 reflect those same changes from the Sunset Commission, but as they apply to CE courses, not qualifying courses. Staff's recommendation is to authorize staff on behalf of the Commission to submit the proposed amendments to 22 TAC Section 535.65, responsibilities and operations of providers of qualifying courses, and 22 TAC Section 535.75, responsibilities and operations of continuing education providers, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for proposal, to the Texas Register for publication and public comment.
Move commission approve staff's recommendation.
A motion? Have a motion, a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item number 23.
Discussion and possible action to propose amendments to 22 TAC Section 535.63, approval of instructors of qualifying courses, and Section 535.74, approval of continuing education instructors. As we just referenced in the last rules that are being proposed, the amendments to both of these sections are made in direct response to the Sunset Advisory Commission report, which directs the elimination of TREC's authority to approve real estate and inspector instructors, but retains the ability to set qualifications and standards of instructors for TREC-approved courses. There's currently a bill before the legislature that has this exact provision in it. We're trying to make sure that we get this proposed in time so that it will be in effect by the time the legislation will go in effect, which will likely be September 1st. So in the proposed amendments in both of these sections, TREC will rely on approved providers to hire qualified instructors for all qualifying and continuing education courses based on criteria outlined in the proposed amendments. And I will note in both of these rules, the qualifications to teach certain courses has not changed from what it is currently. It's just who is going to be making the decision based on that criteria that is changing.
Mr. Chair, I move the commission approve staff's recommendation.
Motion a second.
Second.
A motion a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 24, and Ms. Lewis, when you finish, we do have a public comment.
Okay. So before I make my recommendation, you'll want the public comment, or?
That's fine.
Okay.
Grant Harpold with Houston Association of Realtors.
Okay. Let me just do the summary.
Okay.
So we know. This is a discussion and a possible action to propose amendments to Section 22 TAC Section 535-148. And I will point everyone to the supplement that was handed out because there's been a slight modification to the language. The proposed amendments provide clarity about federal law prohibiting the paying or receiving of funds to other settlement service providers defined by the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act. TREC currently has a rule that includes these provisions for inspectors, but not explicitly for other real estate license holders. The changes provides parity for the license type subject to TREC's jurisdiction and ensures settlement provider independence for greater consumer protection. The change that was made from what was in your materials to what you're getting is some correction of some numbering in E and F on page 1, and on page 2, subsection H. After some discussions, after this was published on our website, we had some discussions with a senior attorney from the Texas Realtors, and we changed the language of what is not prohibited to more closely mirror the RESPA exceptions with some additional clarifying language to help license holders with compliance. For example, the RESPA rule doesn't say into a payment at market rates, but they do in all of their enforcement and all of their guidance say it must be at market rate. So we're trying to make it very clear to license holders.
Okay. Ms. Harpold with Houston Association of Realtors. Welcome in again.
All right.
Please limit to 3 minutes.
Thank you. So I think this is a little bit of bad timing in that the RESPA is a federal law. It's not a state law, and it seems that the commission is taking on added responsibilities to govern purported violations when it probably shouldn't at this time. And specifically, just a little bit of history on the RESPA. It's been on the books since 1974. The CFPB is the actual entity that enforces RESPA violations. If there's a RESPA violation, then you file a complaint with the CFPB, and they administer that violation. And so, I think it's a little bit dangerous, and probably a little maybe burdensome on the commission to be interpreting federal law and to be deciding issues in violation of federal law that really should be left to RESPA and to the CFPB, who were set up by Congress to deal with these issues. And so I think, just as a general idea, the idea is a bad idea because it's a federal law. It's not on the state books. It's not a state law. And so the to put that burden on the commission, on the agency to be interpreting federal law and make application of federal law would be wrong. And then I would also point out that just looking at what was written, because they pulled some language out of RESPA and stuck it into what is in front of you. And just my example, I can point you to subpart D, which is the new language. And it says, and you can see there in the second line, other valuable consideration, which is, I couldn't find a definition of that. Now, if you look at RESPA doesn't define it like that. RESPA says a thing of value. So this isn't even the language out of RESPA. This is some other language that's not even being defined within what's being proposed. If you go to the next line, number 1, it says the referral. RESPA defines referral. This does not define referral. So there's just, I have other examples on down through here where this is not tracking RESPA, and it goes to my point. This is a difficult task, to be trying to grab a hold of a federal statute and just kind of funnel it into this particular rule, and certainly without following what RESPA has defined on certain conduct. And so I think it's getting back to my original point. I think it's added burden to the commission, to the agency, to have to try to interpret or adopt federal law, then enforce it, and especially when there is a process in place at the federal level to deal with these type of complaints. That's it.
Okay. And we thank you for your comment. Ms. Lewis?
So if I may give a little history, the commission currently has in place a rule, if you flip over to the next item, 220, a rule that it's not exactly RESPA, but it takes the settlement provider's definition. So we're not taking all of RESPA. We're not saying we're replacing RESPA. We're trying to provide some clarity to our license holder, but it has to do with the inspectors. And I believe you heard Lee Warren speak about this earlier, where that's where most of this language came from, and then we fleshed it out to be parity. So we've already had precedent where we're regulating a license holder saying you have to remain independent. Settlement providers need to remain independent. So we're not trying to replace RESPA. We're trying to clarify to our license holders that they still need to remain independent. It's not just for RESPA, but before fiduciary duty, and to have independence of settlement providers. This was brought to us by our inspectors, but we've also heard comments from mortgage lenders and title companies about certain license holders, and yes, I guess they could also complain to CFPB, and they should if they see a violation, but they're kind of between a rock and a hard place. So we're trying to clarify that if we have this rule in place for one type of license holders that you cannot pay and receive, which is really what RESPA is saying, then we should have the same thing in place for all of the settlement providers that we have jurisdiction over. And in a way, 148 sort of says it, but just not so clearly about referral fees and maintaining independence. And so this was a way of being very specific, because there's a slippery slope out there where we're getting a lot of complaints, not formal complaints because they're afraid of losing business, but a lot of comments and observations that we get in a letter form or phone calls about this. So thing of value, other consideration, we could change this. Other valuable consideration is a term in the real estate industry that they seem to understand, that we have it in our rules. So we're not trying to supplant or replace RESPA. We're trying to provide additional clarity to our license holders so that they don't inadvertently violate RESPA on the one hand, but also that they don't violate their fiduciary duty to put their client's best interest ahead of monetizing their client base.
Okay. All right, thank you. This is a motion for it to be
The motion hasn't been made, so you want me to read what we recommended?
Yes,
then
please.
You can go from there. Okay. So the staff recommends that authorize staff on behalf of the commission to submit the proposed amendments to TAC 22 TAC Section 535-148, receiving an undisclosed commission or rebate, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for proposal, to the Texas Register for publication and public comment. And if I may just add one more comment for our new commission members. This is part of the rulemaking process. Once you propose something, then you get official comments. And once you get those official comments, it can go back to a committee. In this case, this came from our executive committee. Go back to the executive committee to vet those comments. And they may come forward with some proposed changes to this rule based on comments that are received and vetted. So part of the process is to get it out there, get all the comments in, then you can decide not to adopt it, you can decide to adopt it with changes, but this is how the process begins, and you can get a wider variety of comments.
Okay. And I will now entertain a motion to adopt.
Move that the commission approve the staff's recommendation.
Second.
Motion a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Agenda item 25.
And this is the rule I was talking about earlier. It's discussion and possible action to propose amendments to 22 TAC Section 535.220, professional conduct and ethics. And this is just to make parallel changes as we were going through and making changes in 148. We wanted to make the parallel changes in the existing rule for inspectors that already had most of these provisions. And so what's in this rule proposed for changes are just corresponding changes to what you just proposed for publication in 148. I would note that the changes to subsection, again, on your handout is where the additional changes to the very last section. These were also changed to mirror what we just changed in 148. So the recommendation from staff is to authorize staff on behalf of the commission to submit the proposed amendments to 22 TAC Section 535.220 professional conduct and ethics, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for proposal to the Texas Register for publication and public comment.
Move approval of staff's recommendation.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item number 26.
Chelsea Buckholz, General Counsel, for the record. Agenda item 26 is discussion and possible action to propose amendments to 22 TAC 535.222 regarding inspection reports. This proposed amendment is recommended by the Real Estate Inspection Committee. The amendments clarify that the inspector does not have to deliver a report until the receipt of payment for the report, and reduces the delivery time after payment from 3 days down to 2. The clarity benefits both inspectors and consumers. Staff recommends do we have any comments from the public?
No.
Staff recommends authorization to submit the proposed comments proposed amendments to 22 TAC 535.222 inspection reports, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for proposal to the Texas Register for publication and public comment.
Move approval of staff's recommendation.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, sir. This maybe is Mr. Warren, is that right? This question may be better for you. I don't know. I was wondering how it benefits a consumer to have to pay for a product before they receive it instead of paying for the product after they receive it and have the opportunity to review the product and determine that they'd like to pay for it.
Well, most inspectors are going to have an inspection agreement in which they have their client sign, which lays out the actual details of what is going to be contained in the report, specifically what service they are paying for, so on and so forth. The problem we run into is in the current way that it's written out, we have to provide the report within 3 days unless otherwise agreed to in writing by the client, and that last part is where it gets a little backed up. We're just looking for the protection for the inspector to actually get paid for the service that happens, because currently there have been situations where the client does not pay for we've sent the report, but they haven't paid for it. or the inspector wants to hold off on giving them that report until they actually pay for it. Clients out of state, we get a lot of clients that are out of state that pay via credit card over the phone or through online processing or wherever the case may be. This is just kind of not only protect the inspector but the consumer as well, to ensure, which is why we reduced the time frame from 3 days down to 2, so that they get the report substantially, 50% faster or 33% faster, to get that report in their hand better.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I see this as a win-win for the inspectors and for the consumer, so.
That was the intent, ma'am.
Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. I'm sorry, one? Motion carries.
Agenda item 27 regards discussion and possible action to propose amendments to 22 TAC 535.206, the Texas Real Estate Inspector Committee. These proposed amendments are recommended by the Texas Real Estate Inspector Committee, and they do 4 things. Reinstates term limits for the Real Estate Inspector Committee members, which were inadvertently deleted during the previous rule review process. It also aligns term expiration dates with other advisory committees for the commission. It changes the meeting month in which officers are elected from February to January to better align with the committee's meeting schedule. And lastly, it updates the sunset date to match the new sunset date for the commission. Staff recommends authorization to submit the proposed amendments to 22 TAC 535.206, the Texas Real Estate Inspector Committee, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for proposal to the Texas Register for publication and public comment.
Move that the commission approve the staff's recommendation.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 28, 29, 30, we do have public comment on each one of those.
Great. Okay. I consider these a package. They all 3 relate to the Sunset Advisory Commission recommendations. But first, agenda item 28 is the discussion and possible action to propose amendments to 22 TAC 535.209. Also, a new 535 2.2, education and experience requirements for a license, and the new 535.213, qualifying real estate inspector courses. So the Texas Real Estate Inspector Committee has reviewed these rules and had substantial conversation about them. The amendments streamline the inspector pre-licensing education requirements pursuant to the recent Sunset Advisory Commission's directive to ensure that rules are meaningful, efficient, and not unnecessarily burdensome. The first change is a proposed amendment to 535.209, and it allows the 2-part licensure examination to be taken at 2 separate times. The proposed amendment clarifies that, and that means that the national exam can be taken on a separate day from the state exam. It also clarifies that for an individual licensed in another state who has already passed the national exam, they do not need to take the coursework in the national exam to receive licensure in Texas. And it also specifies what courses must be retaken if an applicant 3 times fails either the national or the state portion of the exam. That's 535.209. The new proposed 535.212 significantly streamlines the pre-licensing requirement for inspectors. Currently, there are 3 license types for inspectors: apprentice, real estate, and professional. The more experienced license types, the real estate and the professional, can be obtained either through experience and sponsorship or through substitute coursework. You heard that called Fast Track earlier today. The new proposed 212, Section 212, sets out each path in one place within the rule and reduces the total hours of coursework and field work for the substitute paths to be more in line with other state requirements. As an example, and I won't go into all of the changes unless you'd like for me to, but the current rule is very confusing. It requires you to hop all over the place, and this is intended to streamline. So I'm going to give you an example of the changes, and then we can walk through whatever you'd like. Overall hours to become a professional inspector using the substitute or fast track path have been reduced from 394 down to 194. The new rule also removes any requirement to repeat coursework for a higher level of license, which was a directive specifically outlined in the Sunset Report. And lastly, we have a new proposed 535.213, and that details the new required coursework for licensure in great detail. The courses closely track the national guidelines for the national examination, and it creates improved Texas modules and a practicum for the field work component of training. These redesigned courses should improve the quality and consistency of inspector licensure coursework, and it should improve pass rates in response to the Sunset Directive. So before I make any recommendation, public comment.
Yes, Stan Harbaugh.
Thank you. But first of all, I should say that a great deal of work has gone into this, and by the Inspector Committee and by the staff. And please know that I appreciate that. It's a big change. Sunset Commission has asked for this. I think what we're basically saying here is that we would ask that this is a major change. Let's have some more serious consideration than has been given to it so far, and I'll explain that here quickly. As you've been notified by others on other previous occasions, the rules before you today also happens to be a different rule than the one voted on by the Inspector Committee in its last meeting. For instance, some of the required number of minutes have been changed from what was written up in the text at that meeting. That's significant because this is changing the hours and the minutes. How can the Inspector Committee approve a motion after the meeting is over? How can the public make comments on an unknown rule? Even innocent rule modifications shouldn't be done behind closed doors. In addition, there are no interim provisions that determine what credit current midstream students. These are students that are trying to get their license under the old rules. And, midstream students will be granted for the same courses they've already completed. That's a big concern of ours. Those rules should be laid out at the same time the new course rules are adopted to make sure they are not left out of the equation entirely or without as much thought as the rest of the rule. Perhaps you remember many students were in a difficult situation during a recent major rule change with inspectors a while back. That rule change didn't involve the more complicated issues that occur, and think about this, when the number of hours is reduced. In the past, almost always, we've had about the same number of hours. We just juggled a few things around, and we've said, okay, this will still substitute for that. And so we're reducing the number of hours by half. It changes all of the thought processes that you go through in dealing with how to arrange for that. And so it's a complicated issue. And that's even without addressing the application of some of the antitrust-related Sunset Commission standards to this rule that I've mentioned before to you. While the Sunset Commission has asked that this reduction in hours be done soon, I'm confident that the legislators on that commission will be the first to suggest that quality not be sacrificed for speed at the expense of applying Sunset Commission principles. Please ask the Inspector Committee to go back and vote on a specific proposal that doesn't change, and to ask them, I think as is being alluded to earlier, maybe even that they consider some of the Sunset Commission principles in the process of drafting this. Honestly, this is a phenomenal job, and I give all the credit for going this far, this fast to the Education Committee Chair and to the inspectors on the Inspector Committee. But it's also a major rule change, and I think we need to try to make sure we're protecting other people. And also with the antitrust-related principles. Thank you. If you have any questions. Okay, thank you.
Comments?
Staff recommends the authorization to submit the proposed amendment to 22 TAC 535.209 regarding examinations, and the new 535.212, education and experience requirements for a license, and new 535.213, qualifying real estate inspector courses, along with any technical and non-substantive changes required for proposal to the Texas Register for publication and public comment.
Okay. I do have a question, but let's get a motion. Your question first? No. Let's get a motion on the floor, please.
Move that the commission approve the staff's recommendation.
Second. Okay, discussion. Mr. Olmixon?
General Counsel, would you address the issue that Mr. Harbuck raised about the conversion of hours to minutes for the purpose of the rule? Would you do that?
Yes, I'll do that, and I'll also mention that in the inspector committee meeting where these rules were reviewed and voted on, there was a lot of conversation about the math. And we talked there, and it should be noted here that the math is done on a 50-minute hour, so that there is time for breaks within the coursework. That's typical. I understand. That was new to me. We also, because we were working on such a fast pace, needed to recalculate some of that. They were wrong in what the committee saw, and promised to correct that. We do know that this is the first step, and we welcome public comments so that any changes that need to be made or any comments people have can be considered by this body.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Can I add one thing? In terms of the transition, there was also quite a bit of discussion in the inspector meeting, and they realized that there'll be some detail that needs to come out, but they actually thought about, and I thought it was a really good consideration, of doing something very similar to what we do when a new contract form is approved. We approve it to be mandatory at a certain date in the future, but allow for voluntary use of it sooner. So that may, in a situation where you're dropping the number of hours, providers who are ready for it sooner and want to provide that to their students can offer that once they get their courses in and approved. So it's not that they're not paying attention to it, but something like that isn't done in the rule. That's done in a motion when you approve it. Just so you know that they are definitely working on getting a solution that will be fair to all parties.
Yes, and this is out for public comment.
Right.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion?
Will be.
Will be. Okay. We have a motion, a second. We've had discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Agenda item 29, and I also have public comment on it also.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is the discussion and possible action to repeal 22 TAC 535.212, education and experience requirements for a license, and 535.213, qualifying real estate inspector courses. These proposed repeals are being proposed simply because the last agenda item was proposing new 212 and 213. So this would be the repeal of what may soon be the former rules.
Okay, Stan Harbuck. We're good? Okay.
Okay. Staff recommends authorization to submit the proposed repeals of 22 TAC 535.212, education and experience requirements for a license, and 535.213, qualifying real estate inspector courses, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for proposal to the Texas Register for publication and public comment.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move the commission approve the staff's recommendation.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Agenda item number 30, and we do have public comment on this also.
Okay. This is a discussion and possible action to propose amendments to 22 TAC 535.218, continuing education required for renewal. These proposed amendments are also recommended by the Texas Real Estate Inspector Committee. The amendments are part of the streamlining inspector pre-licensing education requirements pursuant to Sunset Advisory Commission. It's the third and final piece of this inspector education package being proposed today. So these proposed amendments sets out the continuing education topics required for inspectors to renew their licenses that are currently cross-referenced in section 535.213, proposed for repeal. The proposed amendments also add the minimum requirements for reviewing continuing education credit for a ride-along inspection course, which was contained in the current 535.213 rule, proposed for repeal. And lastly, the proposed amendment expands the ability for an inspector to receive 4 hours per license period of continuing education by attending any Texas Real Estate Inspector Committee. Currently, they can do so only for the February meeting. They will need to do so by remaining for the entire meeting and being there in person. I'll hold my recommendation.
Okay. Henry Brett with Champion School of Real Estate. Okay.
Any additional?
Yes, please.
Okay, staff recommend authorization to submit the proposed amendments to 22 TAC 535.218, continuing education required for renewal, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for proposal to the Texas Register for publication and public comment.
Move that the commission approve the staff's recommendation.
Have a motion. Need a second? Second. Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Agenda item number 31, Tony. Legislative. Sorry.
Being ready. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tony Slagle, Deputy Executive Director. I am not going to, I understand it's late. I'm not going to take a whole lot of time on this. I just wanted to hit a couple of high points. I will be sending out, as promised, I've been updating you once a month on ongoing legislation. I'll be sending out a written report at the end of this week that'll provide a more detailed update of what's going on with the bills we're tracking. But I did just want to address a couple of things. Right now, the Sunset Bill has currently passed the Senate and the House Committee. It's awaiting to be calendared on the House floor. We don't have a definitive date, but we've been told it's likely in the next 10 days or so that it'll be up for a vote, but obviously as soon as I find something more detailed than 10 days or so, I will email everybody and let you know. That's SB 624 for those of you who don't know that. I did also want to mention that the SB 646, which is the bill that spells out the requirements for an SDSI agency to receive approval to use funds to build a building, that is also pending, waiting to be voted on the House floor as well. In terms of anything that is of significant interest right now to the Commission, there are 4 bills that are moving through the process that would impact the seller's disclosure statement. One of them deals with adding language that would require a seller, if they're aware, to call out the type of gas plumbing they have. So CSST, black pipe, that had a hearing last week and is pending in committee. And then there are 3 bills that in one way or another amend the current seller's disclosure to require information about the floodplain and flooding issues. And those are in various stages as well through the committee process moving forward. So obviously I'll update everyone on that as they get closer. I did want to just mention one final bill that staff has been working on with the sponsor as well as the persons who brought the bill to the sponsor, and that is HB 2403, which is the bill dealing with residential service contracts. There were some issues that we thought needed to be addressed before that bill went forward, and we've been working with the sponsor as well as the as I said, the trade associations who brought that forward, and we have a substitute that is agreed to by everybody that should be moving forward that addresses some of the concerns. But just so everyone here is aware of what that substitute would do, it maintains the status quo in terms of the mid-year report that our staff would like to see from the RSCs. The filed version removed that and made it an annual report. Staff needs to see that more often, so this would maintain the current status quo. It creates a file and use provision for schedules of charges, which is the rates they charge for services for any company that's already licensed. So if they have a new schedule of charges they want to file, they'll be able to, if this bill were adopted, they'd be able to file it with the agency. They could use it immediately, and the agency staff has 30 days to determine whether or not they want to disapprove it. They can disapprove it in 30 days. If they take no action, it's deemed approved. So that would change. Be a change. And then it also adds language that specifies that all contracts issued in Texas must include language that the purchase of a residential service contract is optional, and that the buyer and the seller can negotiate that coverage, negotiate the coverage, the cost, and who provides the services. So that's a negotiation, but that'll be language that currently it's in paragraph 7H of the contract. That would likely change based on this. And then the last thing it does is it provides some additional enforcement authority for the commission moving forward. So unless anyone has any other questions about any of those, again, I'll be providing a more detailed report to everybody on Friday.
Any questions for Mr. Schlegel? All right, thank you. Agenda item 32, memorandum of understanding with the Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board. Mr. Olmstead.
Mr. Chairman and members, there is in your materials at this tab a redlined version of the memorandum of understanding between the Commission and the Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board. The changes that are shown reflect current practices that needed to be this needed to be updated to reflect those. So in under general agreements, that's already the practice. There is one additional change, and that is the removal under 4A of reception and communication services from part of the umbrella administrative services that are provided to the agency, and it is moved to a measured service where the board will reimburse the agency or the commission for reception and communication services. And we'll talk about that again in a moment. All subparagraph F, because both the board and the commission have eliminated by policy their continued investigation of the potential for a long-term facility or building. That is now removed from there. F and G require written notice of decisions and discretionary decisions that were otherwise previously simply delegated to the executive director, which have not been used without permission previously, but it puts it requires prior notice in writing or in writing as soon as reasonably possible. after. It extends the effective date because this current MOU is in effect through the end of August of 2019. This is recommended to be effective June 1 and then for another 2 full years, so through the end of August of 2021. It'll be updated with the new chair's name. And on Exhibit A, you'll see in 1D, this is where the board will pay for reception and communication services. Based on a request at the February meeting, respective meetings of the bodies, we implemented as a part of the call tree, callers can self-identify as wanting to talk to the board about a board matter, and so that has been tracked now for all of March and all of April. And on that basis, we have determined that the appropriate number is 70% of one person is the amount of time that is spent on board matters based on the number of hours and the number of calls and emails and visitors. And so that would be amended to say 70% of an FTE with the average RCS salary or the reception communications service salary and benefits would just take the total amount for the division divided by the number of FTEs and reimburse 70% of that at the going rate. Whatever that average is, that's what the recommendation is, to update the memorandum of understanding. And that is the explanation for the various items, and I will answer any questions that you have.
Any questions before we seek a motion? It's my understanding we will seek a motion, we'll pass this, it will go to the appraisal board for review and ratification, correct?
Move that the commission approve the staff's recommendation.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
All right, agenda item 33 is revisions to the TREC investment policy. This red line version implements decisions that were made and actions taken by the commission at its February meeting. You have the markup version there. I'm happy to answer any questions about it.
Any questions? Staff recommends a motion.
I move that the commission approve the staff's recommendation.
Second.
Motion a second. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
So to be clear, that is to ratify the revised language as presented. I also provided to you in your, I'm sorry, we're moving on to agenda item 34, if you would.
Yes.
So this is, the information was provided to the commissioners regarding the strategic project reserve fund. So we just, you just approved or ratified the language change. One of the things that is in that language change you'll see in reserve balances, and I should have laid this out for you before, I apologize. Under subparagraph 3, it says the strategic project reserve amounts allocated to this reserve will be determined based on a review of the projected year-end balance of the TREC budget. Exploration of potential uses for these funds is assigned to the executive committee, which will solicit ideas from commissioners and staff. That was actually done, the solicitation was done in February and March, and many of the commissioners had the opportunity, or all had the opportunity, and many responded to it. All of the staff made their lists of things that they would like the executive committee to recommend with respect to potential uses for the strategic projects fund, reserve fund. And I have included in your supplemental the items. It says potential items for consideration by TREC Executive Committee, Strategic Projects Reserve Fund. And it's a one-page list of a whole bunch of items that were recommended. Now, some of those items are in various stages. So funding additional staff, for example, we've already authorized some additional staff. Of course, now those are baseline going forward for next year. But some of the other items on there you will see are included in the budget for 2020. So those have asterisks next to them as well. And I offered this for a couple of reasons. One is that we have brand new commissioners. And so commissioners and all of you didn't get to see everyone's suggestions. And so this is all on one list. So if you would take the time, this will go next to the executive committee as provided in the policy. And so I would ask that if you have any additional comments or suggestions, that you send those in and we will add them to this list. Or if you want to endorse something or ask questions about it or say, I think that's the best thing that I've ever seen, and move that to the top of the list, prioritize those kinds of comments, you're welcome to do it. And brand new commissioners that have not had a chance yet, please weigh in. Both with your new ideas and then your comments on any of these ideas, and we'll make sure all of that gets to the executive committee.
All right. And agenda item 35.
That is Ms. Pifo.
Good afternoon. Priscilla Pifo, Director of Staff and Support Services. And if you would move to page 343 of your materials. So, in the investment policy, you're directed, that was just adopted and amended, directs that the amounts expended from the reserve funds after approval by the Commissioner permitted under the approved budget policy will be transferred to the operating budget for accounting purposes. Documentation of all such transfers will be provided for ratification at the subsequent Commission meeting. In February, the Commission voted to approve an amendment for the fiscal year 2019 operating budget to cover technology reserve projects as follows: $274,000 for temporary contractors, $7,425 for Jira Desk software license, $19,879 for monitors and laptops, and that was added to the February operating budget and the update, and that was why we had the revised budget status report to make sure we had included all of that in there. The amendment requested for this meeting is for $350,190 for salaries for positions and benefits of $168,000, and then on the next page, 344. $135,205 for extending contracts for the ITS temporary contractors that had been approved, and $1,604 for monitors and laptops for the new IT contractor who's included in that. The total of these amendments is $655,000. I apologize, I did not total it for you there. The operating budget will be amended to add additional expenditure authority in these categories, with the ITS project expenditures coming from the technology reserve and the personnel costs from the operating and contingencies reserve for prior year carry forward. The amended amounts will be added to the overall expenditure authorization so that your quarterly budget updates will include the authorized expenditures as we've done today. What questions can I answer for you?
Any questions?
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Miller.
Ms. Pifo, are the employee benefits of the TREC staff, are they set by the state?
Yes, they are.
That's what I thought. Okay, so everybody in the state gets the same employee benefits?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions?
Staff recommendation is to ratify the current fiscal year 2019 operating budget to include the items presented with associated reserve transfers from the technology reserve and operating and contingency reserves.
Okay. Have a motion?
Second.
A second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 37, General Counsel.
Pardon me. Were we going to discuss, I thought that, were we going to discuss the RELO policy as part of the budget topic? I'm sorry? Was that not
2020.
35? Okay. Which budget, I mean, which agenda item is that?
Number 40.
40.
Thank you.
Okay. Agenda item 37 is the discussion and possible action to approve the TREC forms update policy. As Commissioner Leonard mentioned earlier in this meeting, this relates only to internal forms. And it does three things. It delegates the authority to prepare new forms or make changes to existing forms to TREC staff when they are in response to a new state or federal law. It also recommends an added motion when you are approving new or amended rules where a form will be at issue to include the delegation of that new form as part of that motion and approval process. And it also delegates authority to make any technical or non-substantive changes to existing forms, including but not limiting to formatting or style changes or error corrections to staff. All other forms must be approved by the Commission before implementation. So staff recommends adoption of the forms update policy as presented.
A motion?
Move to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. We've taken care of 38. We're now 39. Jennifer?
Jennifer Wheeler, Director of Education and Examination Services. Agenda item 39 is discussion and possible action to approve the Inspector Legal and Ethics 4-hour mandatory continuing education course material. These materials were sent to you under separate cover and are before you today for approval as recommended by the Inspector Committee. Ready? Staff recommends approval of the Inspector Legal and Ethics Mandatory Continuing Education course material as presented with any technical or non-substantive changes.
Move that the Commission approve the staff's recommendation.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
Mr. Chair, agenda item 40, are we ready
Yes.
for that? Okay. So in your materials in the supplemental, you received a copy of the budget development policy. So that is just to let you know these are the policy guidelines that were approved at the November meeting of the Commission, so updated with more specificity. In addition, today you received the timeline, which is connected to that. There's a Exhibit A, if you will, to that policy. And then what we did was filled out the anticipated dates for this year's budget development cycle. So just want to make sure that you were aware of why those were all provided to you. In addition, in the materials for agenda item 40, there was an eye test. Actually, there was a very tiny print chart. It had too many columns, frankly, and so we removed some of them so that prior years were just actual instead of budget and actual, and included our 5 years worth of data. And so we also provided to you in your supplemental the additional, a little bit larger version. Not a whole lot larger, but a little larger. Of course, the most important thing about this is the work of the staff and the budget committee doing their best to give you a first draft of what next year's proposed budget looks like. Now recall that this budget is based off of 6 months of actual, so the end of February is 6 months into the fiscal year, and then 6 months projected. The next draft of the budget you will see will have 9 months of actual, so it'll be a little sharper, and only 3 months of projected. And then after approval, we will actually, at the end of September, at the end of the fiscal year, by the end of September, we will actually true it up so that we have actual numbers for both expenses and income, and that will be presented to you at your annual, it'll be presented to you in your November meeting, or if you adopt a recommendation that came from the executive committee about the workshop, it would be presented to you as a review of last year, which to date we have been doing this in your November meetings, give you both, this is what we did last year compared to the prior year, so a kind of yearly review, as well as here's where we are this year so far. And so we would take that whole yearly review and move it into the workshop, if that meets your pleasure. That has been discussed and recommended by the executive committee. The other item that you'll find in there is the principal explanation for the increase in expenses. So there's a specific list of materials there. It says the total increase for expenses in 3 broad categories is $2,255,044. If you look at the budget itself, if you track the budget variance column, FY19 to FY20, down to total expenditures, which is about 2/3 of the way down in bright yellow, you'll see that number. Okay, that is the total compared to what we budgeted for 19 that you approved last August, compared to what is proposed to budget for this year. And so what I want to do is spend most of the time, if you have any questions about the specific line items that are detailed on this report, I'd be happy to answer any of those questions. You had the opportunity to read it, and so I don't want to just go over it item by item by item, but I'll be happily address any specific questions that you have, and I can offer some additional broad explanations. So first, in the staffing area, compared to the beginning of FY19, the proposed budget, there are 13 total additional positions that were previously authorized or projected within this budget to be continued for next year. Okay, so essentially 7 of those are in the reception and communication services, 2, and then some in licensing and education, 1 in staff support, and 1 in AMS administration as well. So those 13 positions overall, this is all of the staff costs for that. We also, just FYI, based on the sunset review, the board actually authorized an additional 3 positions as well, and so it'll come out of their budget. So the staffing costs is about $703,442 projected for next year, for the full year. Improvement of processes, you'll see the various line items that are on there for a total of a little over $1.3 million. It includes several, the programming costs for customer-facing projects. Some of that will be moved from the reserve, and as we get closer to the next version, we'll sharpen the technology projects that are currently in the reserve, those 27, versus new ones that have been identified where we need to put additional funds into the reserve for those. But right now, we've identified 505,731 that will be included in the budget for next year. Contract programmers, the 4 that we currently have, carried through for the full year. Some additional training for the staff in real estate topics. Another 120,000 for customization of our Versa database. And you can see the other items that are on there. Under support services, equipment rental, that's new PC leases for the new staff. Other contracted services, increasing in our storage capacity for all of our digitized records. Improvements in hardware and software as under the maintenance and repairs, supplies and equipment, includes a Gartner subscription service. Gartner is probably the premier consultant with respect to the implementation of software projects. So we have 2 large software things that we're going to investigate next year. One is the one that we talked about, that was asked about earlier, and that is the replacement of our software database, licensing database. And so this is not for the purchase of the database, it's simply for the cost of investigating and researching the alternatives and writing the requirements for a new system. That requires both some outside expertise on the consulting side, and then internally we have 3 different folks who are business analysts who will help us document all of those requirements. Communication services, increasing our bandwidth because we have more folks. One is our website up. We want more people to be able to get to our website and it to return data faster, as well as a number of people who work remotely. We're increasing the number of people who can work remotely, so we need some more capacity there as well. Altogether, that's the $2.2 million. So some will be continued baseline, some are one-time expenditures. Questions?
Yes, sir. Sorry, Mr. Chair, if I can be recognized, what's the breakdown roughly on one-time costs versus costs that we're going to be carrying?
All of the staffing costs we anticipate will be maintained. For example, the equipment rental, under support services, most of what is in improved processes and professional services are one time, unless we again renew our contract programmers for another ongoing year. But we're only anticipating right now, including one more year. All of the other programming costs, licensing system and call center research, Versa customization, those are all one-time costs. So most of what is in improvement and processes are one-time. And under support services, let me just look. The Gartner subscription is a one-time. I think everything else in there would be ongoing.
What is this at the bottom? Reallocation to supplement increased expenses. What does that mean? And it's the last row in between the 2 yellow rows.
Oh, on the budget itself.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
No, that's quite all right. So if you look at the total expenses, so we're just talking through the expenses there, the total expenditures projected in this first draft budget are $14,184,405.
Yes, sir.
If you then turn to revenues, using the revenue direction,
300,000 less, 3 million less. Excuse me.
Correct.
Right.
So using the methodology that is contained in the budget policy, which is the average of the last 5 years, based on the number of transactions, average number of transactions of every type, times the current fee, okay? We get total revenue of $11,413,000. So we need to transfer $2,750,000 so that we have a balanced budget.
From our strategic reserves account?
Well, right now, if you look over at one more column over to the right, you'll see that we project right now at the end of the year estimated expenditures that we will have a surplus of $2.7 million, 2.78. And so it would just be cash carried forward.
Good. So I'm asking really simple questions here, because not all of us have the benefit of being in the budget, but I still have the job of making sure. You guys have always done such a great job of running revenue neutral, spending the money that we have. In fact, we usually have a surplus. Oddly criticized for having conservative budgets at some point in sunset, but I need to make sure we're going to be able to pay for all of these expenditures that we're going to be carrying.
Correct.
And so I just want to ensure that the committee, I'm sure the answer is yes, Doug, but did you guys look at whether or not our new expenditures that aren't going to be one time are going to be able to be met with our projected revenue, and are we comfortable?
Yes, at this for this first year, because of the amount that is about half of that, 1.3, is one-time expenditures, a little over that.
Except I note on that line item, we have historically anywhere from $300,000 to $500,000 in that professional fees and services. So I think it may be a misstatement to say that 1.3, that whole 1.3 is a one-time expenditure when we traditionally carry $300,000 to $500,000, at least according to this budget.
No, that's a good point.
I mean, the point probably still, your point probably remains the same, that we do have some of these are one-time expenses and some are going to be carried, but.
Hang on one second. Yeah, so if you look, we had about, you're right, we had last year we had about $500,000, and the proposed budget is for over $2 million. So the difference is 1.3, and almost all of that is one time.
I'm not good at math, that's why I practice law.
Me too.
But I just want to ask, and I want to hear you say, we've got enough money in projected revenue to cover planned costs that we're going to be carrying. And part of this is we were putting money towards towards what was previously referred to as a long-term facilities reserve. And about how much per year were we putting towards that we had in excess revenue?
About $2 to $2.5 million.
Okay.
So if you looked at even with, and this is the most or a point that I want to get across, especially for our new members, is that even with all of the various increases in additional technology and all of those kinds of things, and additional staff and higher pay, all of those things, we still had, it's just an abundance, because there's so many new license holders coming in. And that's where the excess came from. And so we, over the past 5 years, have actually reduced fees to the tune of about $3.5 million of revenue that we will never get because we've reduced the fees, and we're still seeing significant extra, if you will. And so one of the things, so I really do want to reassure you that answering your specific question, we looked at whether or not, which of these are, is this sustainable long term? Okay? And the answer is yes. The answer is yes. And part of that rationale is that we have still to be considered things like the replacement of our database that will likely cost us about $3 million. But that is one of the items that's on the wish list, if you will, for things to be considered to be paid from the Strategic Projects Fund. So we still have $11.4 million in that fund, and all of your ideas for one-time expenditures and or some return of some of those funds back to our license holders through credits or rebates is all on the table.
So I'd like to see as part of our policy too, and I'm sure we're doing this, but I kind of knew the answer to my question already, which is we have plenty, now that we're not allocating those funds to, those excess revenue to our building fund. And I think we have two priorities, in my opinion, Commissioners. One is we need to put enough expected revenue towards long-term improvements to address the issues we've identified recently, in particular with customer service and so forth. And then when we're done doing that, we need to see if we still have enough revenue left over that we can reduce the cost to our members even further, and/or plan for our report from our fine gentleman at A&M aside today. Well, not aside, plan for the recession that he talked about when less people are practicing real estate and our revenue inevitably goes down.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely. That is it was brought up in the budget committee as well, and I look forward to, I think before we get out of here, there'll be an appointment to the budget committee as well, so we know who's going to be working with us on these issues again. But it is absolutely true that real estate comes in cycles. It works in cycles, just like the economy, but it moves drastically, or can move drastically. And so, yes, we do always have to have that. We have to be prepared for that. So,
okay. Any other questions?
So there's let me address two things that I would like to have some consensus to go back to the committee with. So there are two items that the committee members asked for, and they asked to be brought to you. Okay. So one is change is they want to know how much we have spent in our participation with Arello, and is there sufficient funds to should we cut some of that back, or should we expand that further, all those kinds of things. And so what I wanted to tell you is that on average, this is average over the last 6 years, commissioners traveling to Arello on average is, I apologize, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't do that. Over 6 years is $16,000. That's 6 years worth. So I guess I could do the math real quick. $2,500. I apologize. Thought I had actually done that. Yeah, $2,600 basically, and about $1,200 for registration. Per individual, and then an average of about 11 total days. That was the other thing that was asked, is how many days is that commitment? So about 11 days a year for commissioners to go. If you think about 2 people going to the annual and commissioner college and 1 person going to, each one is 4 days and 3 days, added up, that's 11 days, right? With staff, over 6 years, again, about $5,000 a year in travel expenses, about $2,000 a year in registration fees, and for 3, for 3 staff members, about 23 total days per year. That was another question that was asked. In addition, we have an internal policy that requires all of our real estate investigators to go through Arello certification for investigator training. And so we pay for that, and that costs us over about $1,200 or so per year, and the registration is about $500 for that. So total combined travel and registration average per year for everything we talked about, commissioners, senior staff and investigators, about $8,700 per year, with registration fees about $4,200. So that's just to let you know that's already in the budget, that amount. And the executive committee discussed the possibility, and it was brought to the budget committee as well, and wanted to get your input on whether or not it would be advisable to include as a routine matter for commissioners that every commissioner be given the opportunity, at least within their term, within the first 3 years of their term of service, the opportunity to go to Commissioner College and the associated national conference or international annual conference. So that's an item that I'd just, Mr. Chair, if you want to moderate discussion on, I'd be happy to take some input back to the budget committee on that.
Mr. Turner, do you have a
take your direction
follow-up comment on that?
I do. I have one question, and I have one comment maybe. 23 total days for staff per year, that's not 23 total days per staff members who attend Arello. That's
for 3 people, so seven per person.
I have an observation. I know this came up, and for various reasons. One was we had a meeting one time, and we had some staff who had almost didn't make it to our meeting because they'd been at an Arello function. So there was this idea that maybe it had become a distraction. I don't share those concerns, frankly. I think this is. I think their programming is excellent. I also know there was some criticism of some of the locations being a little exotic as far as as exotic as destinations in the United States can be. I don't have a problem with that either. That's how most professional development, large-scale nationwide conferences do. They move around the country. Everybody does that. These budget numbers are small. I haven't done this much, but I am gonna gripe just a little bit, and I want to give the preface that this has nothing to do with me. And I'll back that up by saying I don't care if I ever attend an Arello event. I'm not interested in doing so, but when I found out that public members, as a matter of course, were not invited for at least as long as I've been here, that bothered me. I don't like that. So as to your first point of inquiry, whether or not commissioners should be given the option within their first 3 years to attend, in particular, the Commissioners College program, which I think would be invaluable for new commissioner members. I say 100%. All commission members should be given that opportunity, because we don't all walk in here with the knowledge of administrative law and governmental policy and procedure that some of us do walk in here with. So take my full endorsement back to the committee for that. And I'm already grandfathered out of it, so no self-interest on my part, honestly. But it did bother me to find out that was kind of an unwritten policy. That just seemed odd. So, and I don't require any kind of explanation. I just wanted to voice my displeasure, but also my support for this item.
And if I might add to that, I was unaware of what Arello actually was, and yesterday we sat down, we talked about the Commissioner College, and I'll be honest with you, I think it is a huge, I don't want to use the word requirement, but I think it's a huge requirement for new commissioners to attend that, because it does go over a lot of stuff that we're responsible for, fiduciary, administrative law, and all that. So that is something that we discussed yesterday during our orientation, how beneficial it would be, not only, for this entire commission, public members, whoever, to attend that. So we're on the same base you are on that, definitely. Yes.
I come free because I'm usually attending the National Association of Realtors, and I've been to one, I felt like, wow, you do learn a lot, and that wasn't the college. That was just one of their regular legislative meetings there in D.C. But I'll go again this year and coming weeks, And I would encourage anybody, because that's not in your cost, because I'm a freebie. So anyway, it's very well worthwhile. I hope I get to go to the college sometime and look forward to it. But I agree. I think that probably if you get commissioners coming in, that should just be part of the first year, in my opinion.
Commissioner Leonard.
Love to see that.
I will say, having been to the last 3, I've been fortunate enough to had been asked by Chairman Wukash to attend in her stead. And I will answer a couple of the questions. I know I've heard in the last couple of days that it was a junket. I can tell you, if you want to be busy, go to an Arello conference. They will keep you busy morning, noon, and night. In terms of the exotic locations, I'm not sure that St. Louis was all that exotic. Salt Lake City wasn't all that exotic. In fact, I grew up in St. Louis, and I was unable to get out and see the city I grew up in. They keep you busy enough. I will tell you that if you are, especially the new commissioners, and I agree with, I had no idea this rule, written or unwritten, existed, but if we're excluding public members, that's a mistake. Commissioner Turner is sitting up here for 6 years, just like the rest of us, making the same decisions. And so I think our public members should be offered the same opportunity to receive the same educational opportunities that the rest of us do. The Commissioners College, for the time being, we should encourage all of our new commissioners to attend the national convention, not the mid-year, because the national, at least, is where the Commissioners College takes place. There is some noise about making it an online course, but I'm not holding my breath. That's going to be probably long after I term out. So I don't see that on the horizon. It is a wonderful event. If nothing else, you learn what the rest of the country does. It's amazing that we have all of the same kinds of issues. It's also equally amazing that how people actually look to Texas. It's a real feel-good, actually, that people look to Texas for our direction. We are kind of just like at NAR, we are kind of the state that the rest of the country looks to. But we still learn from what the other states do. So I will encourage anybody who hasn't been to go. I will encourage especially the new people to go. I will encourage that we offer the same opportunity to our public members. I don't know that I need to go every year. I only went at Chairman Wukash's request, but it's a great opportunity. You really do learn a lot. They keep you very busy, and I will encourage anybody that hasn't been to go. And I will say that I think Chairman Kestner is required to go, if I'm not mistaken.
Required might not be the right word, but expected.
Expected, okay.
He certainly is the official representative of this agency to the organization.
And I will say our executive director is well regarded. For the rest, those of you who haven't been and don't know, is extremely well regarded in that. And help me with what your title is for District 2. We are in a
District Vice President. Yeah.
District Vice President. Okay. And honestly, people look to Doug for advice all week long. So.
All right.
One thing that I will say, because I do want this to be on the record, so it's not a defensive thing, but there has never been a policy, written or unwritten, that a public member could not go. Okay, there in the current policy, which has been modified twice. Originally, when we were an LAR agency, of course, there was only the director the chair and the director. Those were the only two people who went. And then once we started to have a little funds, we added other commissioners with the chair's permission, if you will. So if you wanted to go, so some have gone to Commissioner College at either invited to go or they requested to go. Some just said, I would like to go. Others, the chair reached out and said, would you like to go? Our general counsel, of course, goes routinely, and you heard in our tribute to her earlier, was a great contributor as well in several areas. And the last thing that I wanted to add about that is that our enforcement director was the last person that we added as a routine about 3 years ago to go, because we were doing a lot of innovations in enforcement and an opportunity to learn from others. And it was a part of kind of grew out of having all of our investigators be Arello certified as well. So the person who heads up all of the investigators, part of their division, we sent him as well. So.
Real quick, and thank you very much. I appreciate that. I would only suggest, and I'm certainly not trying to besmirch Avis when she's just barely walked out the door. I would suggest that we have a slightly more regulated invite schedule, less discretion, and that it be again afforded to everyone. Because maybe it's my fault for not asking, but I didn't know that it was available to me. I didn't know that I was would have been encouraged to attend. I mean, it was never
understood.
Nobody ever talked to me about it. Period.
Understood.
In fact, it was always kind of just below the radar. And now knowing more about it and what it is, I thought, well, that's really something that could be really nice for everyone, and a valuable exercise too.
It is.
So thank you, Doug.
Okay. Any other? One more?
Just a short. I will add to that. At our November meeting, we did talk about Arello, and Commissioner Stevens made it a point that she had never been invited. I think it was made pretty clear to all the commissioners at the time that you don't necessarily need to receive an engraved invitation. If you would like to go to an Arello conference, speak up. Raise your hand.
So I bring that up for a couple of reasons. One is
Don't say that for Commissioner Turner's. I say that for everyone.
Yeah. Is to get that on the record, and then secondly, to make sure that we allocate sufficient funds for a plan like that to have. If you just think about if it's 3 years, if we had 3 commissioners go every annual conference, then within, everybody would get, to go to to Commissioner College before they termed out. So, let's see. The other thing that I wanted to, I was asked to bring some options to lay out for you, and I only have 2. They're very straightforward, and I want to get your basic reaction to them, and we'll take that guidance back to the Budget Committee. And that is some options for continued fee reductions. So, for example, the very first one that I would say is to find miscellaneous ones that we can eliminate. So I pulled the miscellaneous fees, and for example, we charge $50 to do a moral character determination. Well, the FBI rap back and all of those things that are coming, this particular thing we're looking at putting online as well. Annually, it's under $50,000 that we get from that. But if you think about it, that's 10,000 people paying $50, right? So, I realize that they're not license holders yet, but it's one of those miscellaneous services that if you actually wanted to reduce the revenue coming in, that might be looking at some of these miscellaneous fees might provide some small reductions, and they would be kind of permanent. On the other side, the other thing, if you look at the wish list, the very last item on the wish list is just this observation that we have close to 200,000 license holders. So if you wanted to rebate $1 million from wherever, okay, from the Strategic Projects Fund, reallocate it to do rebates or something, if you wanted to do that, for every $5 that you provide a rebate, $1 million is going out the door or not coming in the door, depending on how you look at it, right? So that's just for your purposes. If you decided, well, okay, we want that, because I know certainly Commissioner Arriaga and Commissioner Stevens, Commissioner Stevens still on the Budget Committee, was very adamant that we have some additional rebate next year. And so I just bring that as an option to you, because the money that was put aside came from current license holders. And so to the extent that you're, quote, rebating, it needs to go back to current license holders. The way to do that is through a renewal reduction during renewal time. So that's over a 2-year period. You'll hit everybody once. $10 would be $2 million that you'd give back in over a 2-year period. So I just offer that as a discussion item for you.
Could we get a list of the fees, of the things that are charged and the fees, so that, because I wouldn't have the faintest idea of what to suggest.
Sure.
But maybe if you had that, and also the wish list, I haven't been able to identify it in my material, and I realize that I'm looking at this new, but.
Okay. It came, I apologize, it was in your supplemental, and let's just see, it says item, sorry.
I did, but it's in here somewhere. Not gonna look for it.
Yeah, whatever. Well, it came with your supplemental, and I apologize, it's item 34.
34.
So if you tore pages out, it's on the back of the supplemental for item 28, because it prints both sides. If you inserted it, that's why it got lost.
Thank you.
In your supplemental, it's on the reverse side of the supplemental where it says item number 28.
Mr. Chairman, this is just my opinion, but I'm going to throw it out. And I think what Commissioner Russell mentioned is a great idea to get an outline of all the fees. But truly, in my opinion, and I may be by myself, but we have commissioners, broker commissioners that can weigh in on this. I really think that if you ask the membership, would you rather have your fees maybe reduced, or would you rather see performance up? They're going to tell you performance, I suspect. So I think that we need to get that in hand and then worry about the other.
I agree, and I think they would want to see both, but I think the miscellaneous fees and everything will go to the budget. I think that will be part of their process. It's been mentioned that for every $5, there's going to be about $1 million loss, and that's over a 2-year period. It's a renewal cycle. So agree. I think it's great information to take to the budget, and that needs to be part of their vetting.
So one of the, Commissioner Russell, just to answer that specific question, we'll happily send it to you, but I also want you to know it is on our website. If you go to our website and you just put in search, you put fee schedule, you'll get all of them. Okay. Every single one.
Then I will look
yes,
on
sir.
the
website. I typically have an opinion, and I'm going to voice another one. I am all in favor of as many fee reductions as we can make. On the other hand, the answer to Dolores' question, Commissioner Wilkinson, is yes. I think people not only would love to see fee reductions, but they want to see increases in improvements in our service. That being said, I would rather see substantial fee reductions in, and I'll use the moral determination $50 fee as an example. I think it would be more effective if we were to, instead of charge $50 for that, and I'm just going to charge 25, charge 20. For charge is something substantially less. then $5. Whether the check I write to the Real Estate Commission every year or every 2 years is $5 less or not, I don't think it makes that much difference. I like the big ones. The more of the big fees, like the fingerprinting, if we do that for free, instead of charging for the additional fingerprinting or whatever it is, I would like to see those kinds of reductions. I would prefer those kinds of reductions.
So the elimination of, as I suggested to you earlier, the last 5 services that we put online, that we've created tools, are free, right? And so at one point, it eliminated a $40 fee, and that it hit our budget $35,000 for people doing that. But that's okay. That's another one of those incremental things.
They improved our services at the same time.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So unless you have any more input from me, this particular budget or this item does not require any specific action unless you want to direct me to take any specific information. I mean, I have your input to provide to the Budget Committee.
Exactly.
So
that's the direction. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Okay. And you did go over your 3 minutes. Okay. Just agenda item 41, discussion of possible action regarding performance review and salary of TREC Executive Director. Out of an executive session, no action on Executive Director will be taken pending further review and information. So we will carry that on. Agenda item number 42, discussion of possible action regarding orientation of new commission members.
Chelsea Buckholz, for the record. This does not require any action. This is simply for your information. You're welcome to take action if you so choose. At the last commission meeting, which I watched online and was not employed at the time, Commissioner Turner asked for a briefing on what orientation is provided to new commission members. And so in your material, starting on page 343, I've listed the materials that commissioners currently receive. There are 4 different required videos or webinars that are required before voting, which our new commissioners have completed. There's also a binder of materials, the table of contents of which is included in your materials, and a supplemental thumb drive that also includes a table of contents included in your materials. Commissioners are also invited to attend a governor's appointee training, which occurs every so often. We've included the materials for the last event that he provided an invitation to in your materials, and then also just a few references from Robert's Rules of Order. I'll tell you that the sunset bill that is currently making its way through the legislature has some additional requirements for training that we will address over the course of the summer and bring to you most likely at the November workshop for discussion on how to cover those topics. But other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And also, I think I've learned a lot just today on how we can better support commissioners and provide that orientation on the front end, just how to make motions and how to support you as you walk into this room for the very first time. But that's all I have.
Okay. Any questions? Agenda item number 43.
Agenda item 43 is simply just to receive topics for inclusion at the November workshop. A couple of things that are naturally included in odd number years. You address the strategic plan. In even number years, there's a kind of a biennial agenda, legislative topics that you go through. You also do it, and I'm speaking based on reports to me, kind of an annual data review for somewhat similar to the staff reports you received this morning, earlier today, but a total annual look. Happy to take notes on any additions you want at the November workshop.
Yes.
Would you please explain what the November workshop is?
Absolutely. And someone else might be able to do this in better detail than me because we will be experiencing it for the first time together. But as I understand it, it is simply a less formal commission meeting that is intended for you to roll your sleeves up and receive kind of more in-depth information and to have a working meeting that is less about presentations and more about you talking to each other. Does that sound right?
Fair enough. It is also, so right now, it is as called, okay? And one of the things that came up, so it was if needed, we would have one. But it was part of the sunset, or coming out of the sunset review, it was an item of discussion. The board has, as a policy, one every single year in November, okay? But the commission would do it as needed. And so it was discussed whether or not it would be appropriate, advisable, recommended that we just simply schedule one and do one every single year, adopt one by policy. So we started talking about the things that need to be in it. One is there is an annual requirement in the sunset bill for this additional training. As I stated before, the review of last year's results after the end of September, after we've closed out the year and correlated all the data and kind of reconciled, right now we have been bringing that budget update and performance data update to you at your regular business meeting in November, which just makes it longer, okay? So moving that to the workshop. In addition, at our February meeting, based on also another sunset observation, we proposed a whole new set of reporting criteria to you that includes what is going to be kind of a scaled down set of reports for your quarterly meetings, the receipt of our monthly reports electronically, as well as some things that would be annual reports. There's some ad hoc reports that, every audit report, as soon as we get it, you get a copy. Be given to you electronically and then mentioned at the next meeting. But there's some annual reports that are required, our SDSI report and our annual financial report. One we do in September, one we do in November. We would bring those and give you the opportunity we'd present them to you and give you the opportunity to ask questions about it. And then any other kinds of, the need for policies. For example, the one that just came up, this discussion about Arello, to adopt a formal policy around that would be a good discussion to have in a workshop. I know the direction that I received the information to make sure that there's enough money in the budget to do it this year. But if you wanted to, as Commissioner Turner said, make it a lot less, quote, discretionary and just more expectational, you document it in a policy so everyone would know, absolutely, you're going to go to, or you'll have the opportunity to go, you don't have to go, but you have the opportunity to go to Commissioner College in your first 3 years that you're here.
Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Any other discussion? Okay. Agenda item number 44. Denise Sample with licensing.
Yes, Denise Sample, Licensing and Registration Services Director. And agenda item 44 is discussion and possible action to approve changes to TREC forms as follows. 44A is BBERF1, Renewal of Business Entity Broker License, timely or expired less than 6 months. And 44B is LHR7, Certificate of License History, Active Licensure or Sponsorship. The changes proposed to the first form, the business entity renewal form, will revise internal processes to improve processing times and therefore customer service while still complying with the requirements for a business entity broker license renewal. The second form is being revised to have requests for certificates of active licensure and sponsorship history for TREC licenses on their own form and to remove references to requests related to TALCB licenses. Staff recommendation is to approve changes to these TREC forms as presented.
Entertain a motion.
I have a friendly amendment on your form, certificate of license history.
Okay.
The third bullet point under do not write above this line. You've struck number 4 there, but the sentence would now read, check the appropriate box under to obtain one or both. I would either strike under or maybe replace under with below.
Great, I've made note of that change. Are there any other changes? Thank you for that catch, Commissioner Turner.
I have a motion
Well,
with the amended.
Yeah, move that we approve staff's recommendation with the amendment as presented.
Second.
Motion second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Good catch.
Agenda item number 45, and I will turn this over to Doug.
Well, no, this was just a call for
Future agenda
items, so.
And I think that would, they will notify me and are you anything now that y'all want on the agenda? I will say, can I go ahead and go over these appointments?
Absolutely.
Okay, I am going to appoint Jason Hargrove to the Budget Committee. We had a vacancy there. We also have a vacancy on enforcement, and I've got 2 different commissioners that are showing an interest in that. I will visit with them and put that down. I will tell you, as chairman, I plan on having an active participation in the budget. I will not have a vote, but we'll be there for a voice. I think that's something that we need to do, and Jason has an interest in that, so he will be on the Budget Committee. And you want to talk on future dates?
Liaison? We'll do that one?
Which one, I'm sorry?
Liaison to the Inspector Committee?
Oh, liaison to the Inspector Committee. Jan Fight had an interest in that, and so I will get with Commissioner Miller on that. And then she also had an interest in the enforcement, so we will work that out probably immediately after the meeting. Okay.
Okay.
And agenda item 45 for future meetings.
46.
46.
So if you turn to page 385 of 386, and 386 is blank, so this is the last thing in your program. You'll see that we currently are scheduled for Monday, August the 12th for the next commission meeting. And then in November, because Monday the 11th, so Monday the 11th is Veterans Day. The following week, I believe, is an NAR event, November? I'm sorry? The week before, it's the 4th through the 8th? Okay, so this is November. So right now, tentatively, it was set, and I think the other, the prior chair and others who were on the committee that would normally go to that, on the commission, normally go to that, said the 12th would work, but the 11th is Veterans Day. So the following week, of course, is open, the 18th through the 22nd, if you wanted to have back-to-back days and not be there, but that's getting closer to the 28th and 29th, of course, are Thanksgiving. So we're looking for 2 days if we're going to do a workshop and a meeting. 2 days back-to-back that will work for you. And so it really is up to you to propose. 12th and 13th will work for you?
Fine with that.
Will that work for others?
Yes.
12th and 13th. Okay, so we would have the workshop on the 12th and the meeting on the 13th. And then just projecting out, in February, we typically have the Monday of the Texas Realtors winter meeting, so that others who are in town for that can come over. And so theirs is the 6th through the 11th, and so the 10th is the date that is set for that. That's all the calendar stuff.
Okay, I need a clarification on the appointments to the enforcement and budget. Does that need to be done during the meeting? Okay, very good. Okay. All right. I have lost my agenda, I guess. I guess that means we are adjourned. Okay. Thank y'all for Commissioner Wilkinson.
Yes, I'm current liaison to ESAC. You want me to stay on there? Okay, thanks.
Right. Okay. Thank y'all for putting up with me on the first one. We are adjourned.
Praise the Lord.